welcome to part 6 of our continuing adventure in MIO, Memories in Orbit. We made fairly significant progress in the last broadcast and ended up down here in the lab where we did a couple of initial scouting attempts on the next boss fight that is before us and got fairly far. It is, however, a boss fight that has a bit of a surprise second segment that we reached twice, very briefly, and still need to learn the dodging pattern for pretty much from scratch, so we did decide to stop there for the time being and come back today to make a fresh set of attempts and see if we can get back there to figure that out gradually and progress. Now, like I said, we made very significant progress. We spent much of the last broadcast down in the lower level and also revealed something that we had guessed and suspected many hours earlier, that as with the ship in Metroid Fusion, the colony ship or station or whatever object this is in space that is the setting of MIO Memories in Orbit does have a cylindrical wrap. Not only that, but it's implemented on the map screen in such a way that it does in fact loop infinitely. And there were a couple of visual clues that we saw in the redacted section that seemed to hint at that early on. The redacted section over here, I think? Yes. And at some point we'll have to return there because I collected 5 out of 6 of the serial number fragments, and it's fairly clear to me that there's at least one more that we missed somewhere along the way. So that's something we'll have to look into when we have the opportunity. Also, there's one boss that we presume is a boss anyway that I didn't drop down towards, which is that somebody is holding our shopkeeper captive, and that still needs to be restored. Rather than go down there, what happened last time was that we diverted ourselves over to the whole lengthy escape sequence that takes you all the way around and reveals the cylindrical wrap of the map structure for everyone to see. So that's where we are right now. We'll get back into the fight that we were working on, and we'll just continue to chip away at it. Now, we had a fair bit of success last time with a setup that used a splintering dodge in order to hit the boss for some additional weak points from time to time. It allows us to rush through some of the phases if we're reasonably accurate. We did so at the cost of the slow energy recharge that allows us to take a couple of additional points. And I think we will not mess around with the setup too much. I thought that this was reasonably successful and that we just need to figure out the dodging pattern for the new phase that we've just barely begun to crack. So, unless we think of some other ideas for what to do here and other adjustments that we might want to make, I think I'm going to keep that. Okay, in terms of the map, it is going to be down to the left side and then continue down, I think. No trespassing. I had to remember where it was we actually went to progress to the fight. Now, it's going to take a little bit of warming up, so I'm expecting that with a few days away from the game, we'll have to shake off a bit of rust in the early attempts. And welcome, 06i. We are finally continuing the fight to where we left off earlier in the week. And then here's the blueprint for Samsk. Okay, let's see how well we can recover this. 06i, you said there's a patch for this game. Unfortunately, Nintendo is as usual late. Yeah, I hope it fixes whatever the crash bug was that we encountered last time. Okay, again, I need to kind of get back into learning how to play this. And then, yeah, there will be a little bit of initial awkwardness, I'm sure, while I relearn a few things and get muscle memory back. I meant to stream this a little more than I did earlier in the week, but I actually lost my voice a little bit and thought it was best to hold off. But yeah, the sideways attack is fairly easy to see. We just need to actually dodge it. So, bit of awkwardness here. We had clean phases here previously. We're not even at a shield phase yet, so just need to get this back in order. And here's the shield phase, so we can get the energy shard over to the shield. It actually breaks fairly quickly, usually. We don't need to jump over that necessarily if we want the shard for the dodge, but whatever's safest. There we go. I can only take one additional hit right now due to the weakening of an additional diamond of health that we had here. Now let's see if I remember what to do for our trajectory over here. It's the lower beam that we need to be most concerned about. This is not too bad. Then, okay, this is the lower beam. So we do a bit of wall climb here, dodge, come down. That's the pattern. So yeah, almost down with this phase already, but we do need to get through one shield phase. I did have one attempt previously where we bypassed the second shield phase entirely. And if we can do that with sufficient damage output, that would of course be much better. But we're near the end of Anra's phases already. Which for first attempt is maybe not too bad, despite the amount of damage that we took early on. 069, you're saying the new patch makes the elevators faster. Okay. So we can squash ourselves by calling a lift down even faster than we did before. Alright, let's head back down. Okay, back to Enra. Let's watch the dodging pattern a little more carefully this time, and we'll see what we can do here. One hit already, unfortunately. But we did manage to get the weak point here. Nope. Stood a little bit too close that time. Oh, missed completely. When it comes to the swatting direction we were trying to get with the energy shard. A little difficult to get it on the shield generator, but when we do it, it goes down very, very quickly. But it is a difficult target to hit. That's okay. Oh, nope. Stood exactly on the diagonal for that, unfortunately. So that didn't work quite as well as I would have liked, and now we're kind of down to health again, so sort of even with our last attempt now, which is not going to be great because we need a much larger health pool to have a successful attempt on the follow-up fight, which we've really barely gotten to see so far. Okay. That pattern at least is under control now. Now we'd like to get some more damage on her before shield generator comes up again. Oh, just a slight too late, unfortunately. Come on. Okay, that should do it. Well, got past this on the second attempt today, which is a good warm-up, although of course we have much too small a health pool for this phase, given that I haven't really worked out a dodging pattern at all yet. We need to watch the hand position. It will tell you the direction of the attack. And off a little bit on timing. So the squeeze of the fist gives you the projectiles, but we hit the dodge a little bit early for that. Yeah, Zerus, you said the hand was harder for you because it's so random. I mean, I've barely gotten to see it yet, so. And you were saying that the patch improves the shuttle up to Sol and Vin? Yeah, that would, given the number of attempts we were putting in there, reduce the time required in total for that fight by quite a bit, I think. Okay, let's try not to take so much damage on the first phase. We can do it cleanly, I think. Didn't really get any hits in that time, though. Nope. Yeah, it is a triple attack. We saw it. I just stood too close. Nope. Missed that one again. Late in that one again, so not a good start. Not a good start at all. Yeah, this attempt is a little bit blown, but just off on a dodge timing every time. Just a little bit delayed on multiple occasions. That's okay. I mean, if we can just do that cleanly, I think we have that phase under control. It's just a matter of cleaning up the mistakes along the way, but we generally understand the pattern. It's way too early. That did not go at all. Nope. Timing was off that time as well. Not really managing to get the projectile on the generator, but usually the boss herself is in the way. Nope. Missed a dodge. Okay. Still manageable here. Just need to follow her across. We might even get through this phase right away this time. Let's do it. Oh, just short, but of one hit short. too bad. There's a lot of additional survival we need to do. Just for that last sliver of damage. There we go. Okay, part 2. Oh, almost got hit already. Okay, we need to watch the hand. Gotta stay somewhat grounded. That's what we usually do. Oh, too early. Too early on the drag. Nope. Nope, too early. I was expecting a drop attack. I didn't adjust quickly enough to the fact that it was a drag. If you see the body land in the sideways position like that, you know to expect a drag, but usually I'm kind of reacting to that like a dodge of a hit from above first and doing the follow-up evasion by jumping over just a little too late. So there are a lot of little things that we should watch there. Obviously, the better off we are damage-wise going into that fight, the more of a chance we'll have to learn it. Damage-wise, I don't think it'll be a long fight, but you do need to dodge quite a bit. And quite accurately. So, the more accurate we are in fight 1, much better off we'll be on fight 2. Missed. Nope, stood a bit too close to that. And yeah, we're not anticipating the triple hit nearly well enough. So I'm in a little bit of trouble already. If we get that third hit in on a shield generator, then it doesn't take too many cycles to deal with. Oh, got a little too fancy there by trying to go for that shard, and it did throw off my dodging pattern afterwards. So a bit of an unnecessary risk there to go for the extra damage. Nope, stood too close. It's okay. It's a reasonable start considering that we're still getting back in gear. But if we can just have cleaner dodges across the board in part 1, that will be a significant boon to our progress. Yeah, sometimes we just need to stand back so we don't get faked out by a triple hit. Oh, completely missed that time. Actually dodged too early that time, but thankfully we stood just far enough to not be compromised. Completely missed that again. Oh, I stood too close that time. I saw it coming. Nope, stood too close again. I knew it was coming, and yet. I'm whiffing a lot on the shards lately. You can kind of chase her in this phase, as long as your positioning is careful. Been chasing the wrong way though. I actually haven't been using the hairpin very much. Maybe I should be, just to reposition. Oh, nope. It got thrown off that time from our usual countermeasure for that pattern, rather. That was a bit of a goof there. I think I've been underusing the hairpin because I've been saving energy to some extent. But actually using it to get up towards the shield generator might be a better approach. Because then you can hit it for the energy refresh, since we built into that. And then disable her pretty much immediately. And then skip the second shield phase, more or less. Well, not skip it, but get into this part quickly.
I will not bow to her wrath.
Okay, that was a drag, and the drag always goes both ways, so we need to watch out for that. The toss means that... Yeah, the toss means it's going to be thrown at your position. Nope, nope. Thought I could sneak past that on the wall, but that was actually a little bit too close to evade that way. We'll just try to follow up as well as we can, when we can. See if she's going to come down. There we go. Oh, nope, missed my dodge. Trying to get a little bit too fancy with the repositioning here. Too early on the dodge again. Yeah, we really do need to clean up some of this. This is the easy part, in theory. Completely missed on that crystal that time. Okay, couldn't quite chase her there. Let's stay on the same side. Just a little bit short of getting around a shield phase this time again. This should do it though. Okay, only 2 hits coming out of this so far, so that's a little better than usual.
I will not bow to a rat.
Let's watch the pattern. It's pretty fast. Drag goes both ways. Whoop. Didn't expect a little follow-up on the side of the wall, actually. That was a little worse than I would have liked. This is the squeeze. There's 3 shots. Yeah, we knew it was 1 hit, 3 hits there. Again, didn't expect a little whip up at the end of the drag phase. So I dodged too early in the drag phase, expecting only that it would come side to side. Yeah, the toss means a throw. The squeeze means a projectile. This is close, actually. Very little damage remaining. So the main issue that time was on the drag. If we're standing too close to the wall, we have to expect that the drag actually comes up at the end. It curves upward. I got hit by that twice. If we hadn't been hit by that twice, that would have been a successful attempt for sure. There was very little health remaining to deal with. So I actually think we're fairly close. Taking only 2 hits on phase 1 was also an improvement, but still has room for more improvement. So yeah, it's that triple swipe here in the first phase that we need to look out for. Let's see. Come down. Nope. Stood too close for that. Nope. Yeah, defensively, this one has not been going too well. Might be a little bit too aggressive here in places and compromising some of the dodging that we should be doing easily. And, oh, was a little bit close there. Good. Got her just before the shield came back up, so that's one of the better attempts so far. Now let's watch the dodging pattern here. Okay, that's a diagonal throw. Can't quite always tell where that's going to go. Too early on the dodges twice that time, so not very successful. Just watch the drag. Yeah, you have to kind of jump towards the center for the drag. That's how you dodge the little lip at the end. Nope. Missed it. Yeah, getting caught twice in a row that time by the squeeze of the hand for the projectiles was the main issue in that attempt, but we obviously have room to improve across all phases. You're saying you're surprised I can read her attacks, and to you it looks like she's slamming randomly in rage? No, you have to watch the hand position. There's a subtle difference between them. Maybe I became a little more accustomed to that after all the time spent in Soul and Vin and watching all the sword positions over and over, that I'm getting a sense of what this game does when it comes to tells. Shouldn't have taken that first point of damage here, though. Nope. Yeah, that triple swipe there, I can never quite get the timing down before the first hit. And if you're off the rhythm on the first hit, you're likely to get hit by something additional, too, so... Oh. There we go, kept missing that, but we eventually got it. Okay, chaser for the first phase here. A little bit dangerous, nearly grappled in front of her rather than behind. A little bit dangerous there too. It's okay, she's instantly disabled by the shield break, and so if you know the shield's about to go down, then you just go for it. Okay, only 2 hits on the first phase again, so let's try to watch this carefully.
I will not bow to her wrath.
Missed timing that time. I knew it was a third attack on the projectiles, but couldn't quite see it. Now it's going to be the triple slam after this. And then 2 to the center when it's the drag. Squeeze. 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 Let's get the damage buff going on the crystals. Getting close. Should be a triple. Missed my crystal, but that's okay. Getting close. Let's not get greedy. I didn't even know I did damage there, actually. That was surprisingly successful there. Did I even do damage, or was that just kind of a self-damage there? Anyway.
In every calculation, every scenario, the results are the same. Disconnection? No. Death. The journey ends here for me. But for you, it may not. Take my voice, Rat. Save what can be saved.
Alright, so much for the hand, and thank you for the GG.
I shouldn't be afraid to die.
Okay, another one down. Now, this does open up down below. Let me take a look at the map here. We're kind of in the middle of this vast room. I'm just going to check a few things before we try to dive. Well, it looked like I was in the middle. Now it looks like I'm all over the place. I am going to check down below, but let me just see what's going on in the walls. Yeah, it's because this is obstructed. This is a grapple point. Interesting. Oh, I see, because this will be the way up eventually. Well, let me see what's below first. There's nothing below. This just looks like it's something that leads beneath, but it does not. So let's continue grappling out. Now, we still need to restore the shop, so that's going to be at least one more fight, I would guess. That's in this zone. It was before we did the whole chase, so I think it was in one of the areas down here where there's a bit of a subtle drop down below that we didn't take previously. And so we'll try to head back there if we can. Also, what's over here? Steps. Then... yeah, we might as well take that out. Hang on, if I just aim accurately after everything else we just did in that fight. Anything over here? Not really. Okay, so we're back in this shaft here. There is a shuttle up, but rather than take it, I do want to continue on one of these other sides. Also, at the save point, there was this disconnected overseer that we still could not find a way to connect, and so that's another question mark currently that we'll need to deal with. How far does the elevator go? Let's see. Back to the wheel. And there's a lot more to explore besides that. The reason that we wound up down here in the lower levels to begin with last time was because we took a diversion down here instead of continuing to explore some places up here, for instance. And so there's a lot more we know that will need to be dealt with at some point. Also, notice that we don't have the energy to do this climb yet. That's a mystery that we'll need to resolve at a later point. Anyway, Overseer's back here in the lab. Also, can we do something about this one yet? The roots are still too far away. Okay, now we can attune here, but then I think the idea will be to port over to this one if it's available. I don't remember if we had an Overseer for that one, or if that's the one that has not been restored. But let's see what we can do. Also, I'm going to change the configuration back to something a bit more exploration-oriented, probably. Although I do quite like the shard idea. Also, the shard idea, I needed it for a particular room last time that I couldn't get through the gates for. I think it was in one of the top left sections over here where we had some crystal obstructions. And so, yeah, we should actually be keeping the ability to generate our own crystals. Now, if we take off the -15 to get some energy back, that's okay. We can take out the energy recharge over here and then replace one of these. I want to keep energy leacher at all times, but we can replace something else perhaps. I'd like to keep this one, Heart's favorite. I'm just seeing what would be a natural fit here. Oh yes, protective coat, of course. We usually take that. The free repair, rather, for exploration purposes. We still have to buy that thing for 10k that we encountered a little while ago before dealing with the breath. And so I do want more cash. Let's take this one back off for now, and maybe we'll do without. But energy leacher allows us to chain grapple, so we absolutely want to keep that. Oh, yes, and I wanted to transport if we can. So yeah, this one's available, so we'll do that. Oh, I said I'd put in a bit of an exploration build, but actually we do need to deal with whoever is obstructing our access to the shop, don't we? And so in that case, I'll probably be switching back out of this soon. I think it's down below here, but let's see what it is first, and then if we want to change out again for the purposes of getting through a fight, we'll do that. It was this area here, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to be a fight of some sort. Yeah, if we lose, we'll change the build back to something more combat-oriented. But we don't exactly know what kind of passage to get through here first. So, Dr. Helen's property, well, I mean, Dr. Helen isn't here to stop us anymore, so let's free her. You shouldn't have come, they'll eat you up. So it might be a group fight. If it is a group fight, then we'll see what we can do. Oh, well, let's see. Who's this? Debbie, the collector. He's collecting something in the pool, that's for sure. Okay. Oh, I see, because we'll eventually need to jump on some of that to refresh. And then, yeah, need to watch more of the pattern. However, we have the shard going. Couldn't quite aim at that time, but... Nope. Okay, then we get the weak point going like that. Yeah, the explosives will tell us which platforms get taken off, and that's okay. Now, it's just going to be a lot of dodging again, so let's make a change. Lost 200 to the pond. I actually wasn't even thinking about Naker. We're pretty close to 10k, incidentally, but... Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, actually. But let's go back to a bit more damage. Now, do we want the energy refresh for the sake of grappling around? I'm not sure. I think we want more damage output generally. But we want to keep the shard, I think. So, with 10 points available this way, yeah, let's put this in again. And put in a 20. We do the 3-hit combo reasonably often for that one, I suppose. Although the heavy strike combines well as well. I mean, previously we did this combo, Foolish Ideal plus Wildcat, but I want to keep the Splintering Dodge idea. It's been doing well for us lately, although it's a little bit difficult to aim it on this fight, so maybe we won't keep it if we find that we're not really landing the weak point very often. Oh, I also don't need the one for free repairs. So that opens up a few points, and we'll put it back on energy. So yeah, just need to see more of the pattern in general. And let's see how we do. Okay. Just whoop. Need to get in position to actually hit. Nope, haven't been able to get the weak point yet, but yeah, that's not too difficult to dodge. I think that one there. No, we'll need to watch out for that. That was an unfortunate position at the time. Okay, got the weak point. For once. We have not dealt that much damage yet. That's something we need to watch out for. Yeah, so the little push into the ground means it's going to be a melee range swipe. We need to watch out for that. Whoop. The weak points. Nope. Tried to dodge that, it was still in cooldown. That's okay, we're figuring out a few little things. We'll redo to build a bit if need be, but maybe on this fight it makes sense to go for a more hairpin-oriented approach. Just to be able to zip back and forth a little more quickly. But we'll see. Dig in is a swipe. There we go. We got dodge down on that now. We did not get a dodge down on that. Nope. Okay. Whoa, that's new. Oh no, that's not new. That's just what we lost to previously because this is the phase 2 change. Dig in. Oh, I just missed a Q slightly. I saw the Q rather, and I was late on the dodge. Let's take a look here. I'm not sure we're getting that much mileage out of the energy shard at the moment. It's a little bit too difficult to aim with the constant leaving the battlefield that we see, so maybe we make a change. And go for something more damage oriented, perhaps. This doesn't synergize too well with this, the heavy strike, because the heavy strike replaces the 3-hit combo. But it does go well with the hairpin if we use it. So it's a matter of actually trying to use that approach. I'm not sure that we'll get that much mileage out of it. Either that or we scale it with damage, which at least will improve over the course of the fight. I actually like that idea. We'll do this. I mean, these synergize well together, but we're likely to take a bit of damage anyway. We didn't use that in fights like Sol and Vin that much previously. Actually, no, I kind of did, because we would lose the entire coat in one hit on that fight, but we didn't use it in some fights previously because we are still trying to mitigate damage, and we haven't actually been able to take that many hits to let it scale, but we'll see what happens. Because the thing is, you can get the buff for not being at full energy even if you use something like the glide, and that might be something that we want to keep in mind. It's not just hairpin dependent. Oh, missing every dodge though. But you can do just a bit of a momentary glide to put yourself at less than full energy for an initial attack buff. Now, this is a very sloppy fight so far. We've been taking too much damage, so I'm not likely to last very long, but we're figuring out a few things. Missing the grapples. Nope. I saw that attack, I just didn't dodge it in time. On the other hand, maybe we don't get this 3-hit combo that often in this one, and we can swap over to this. Because there's enough jumping around that getting a single attack with the heavy attack might be beneficial. Again, we haven't really been using the hairpin too heavily though, so it might not be as beneficial as I'd like. Also, you come here, you can actually walk over here first before the fight activates. Not that we need to loot this one, we're likely to lose anyway, but... Oh, interesting. So you actually can continue here before you've done the fight. If you wanted. Because it's going to reopen afterwards, of course, but... And we do want to reopen the shop, but... It is possible to skip this for now if we want to explore first, which... I don't, because we're working on the fight, so... I've really been aiming the hairpin a little poorly here. There we go, that's a lot better. Whoops, stood a little too close on the edge there, unfortunately. It's a bit hazardous on the corners, and we have to watch out if we're grappling that far. So we don't overshoot into the corner. Nope. Jumped right into that projectile. Yeah, no, unfortunately the corner's been catching me if we go for the hairpin strategy. So we can't hairpin into the edge. That's not going to work. I'm going to keep the current build for the time being, though. We might revert a few things if it's really not working out. Yeah, we can grapple towards the middle, but we shouldn't grapple towards the sides. That attack seems to track your current position. Okay, let's get out. Could be worse so far. Yeah, gliding over that is fine. I have to remember to use the glide. It's not been very second nature to us lately. Oh, thought I could get out of the way there, and that was wrong. Oh, got hit again. Feel like we have more attacks we haven't seen yet, just given the current health pool. And there's one. Yeah, that's absolutely a glide moment right there, and then you refresh energy with the hit. Nope. Stood on the wrong side for that. We saw a potential opportunity to dodge in to that moment, but didn't quite come together. It's getting closer. That's further than we've managed to get before, and there are a few reeds that we need to clean up along the way, but it should be manageable with just a little bit of practice. No real nasty surprises or anything so far. But we do need to read that better. Yeah, just a stationary glide to maintain elevation is often going to be best. Get out. It was almost late. Nope, nope. Dodged that too early. I did the read, I dodged it too early. We're actually not doing too well health-wise right now in terms of the boss's health, rather. I was expecting to be a little further by this point in terms of damage. Unfortunately, I'm almost down. Yeah, the thing about the dig is that it's followed by a swipe, but I don't quite have the dodge timing yet when we are, frankly, standing on the wrong side. And it's a crash. That's okay, we're right by the save point. That's our second crash in this game so far. Like we said, there's a patch coming. We'll be right back in just a moment. Bear with us while we load back in. We were warned about some late game crashes on Switch 2, which is where we've been playing this. There's 2 we've encountered so far, but luckily in both cases, no real progress lost. So we'll be back in just a moment. And as we were told, there is a patch coming You're saying weird how the crashes are random like that? Well, I mean, it seems random from the perspective of the player. There might be something memory related going on in the background that we're not seeing, so hard to tell what it is from our perspective. But as long as we're not losing tons of progress or something, we'll manage. Nope. Once again, just misreading that one. I can see that that's the tell for the melee range attack that the Moss does, but I keep missing the dodge anyway, so. We are actually getting a reasonable number of these free combos, so maybe we should build back into that for the actual possibility of doing a bit more damage here, so. Yeah, so that time I dodged it correctly because we were standing on the right side for it. I'm missing the hairpin a lot. Yeah, that totally tracks the player, I think. Nope, missed it. Nope, got whacked by that. I didn't even know what attack I was setting up for, but we were too close in range. You know what? We're going to get back into the 3-hit combo because it does happen fairly often. Actually, we'll take this off because I'm finding it a little difficult to read my health at a glance when taking that one. We might not hairpin often enough to really make use of this. So I am considering maybe going back to the splintering dodge as well, since we're doing a lot of projectile dodging. It's just that often we can't set up the crystals in the right place very well. It did help significantly with the previous fight we did today, though. Okay, let's beware of an early swipe attack. It's been catching me out sometimes. Oh, no, we should not grapple through that, as I've said before, and forgot. No, I'm missing some of these dodges. Now you stand right next to the boss. You can actually evade that completely, even if you run out of juice for a glide. But we're still taking too much damage. I mean, I'm not even particularly in urgent need of getting the shop back, given that we're saving up for that 10k anyway from a different vendor, but It's the principle of the thing. I see a boss and I take it out. Okay. That was a bit tricky. That pattern always seems to come in at least twos. Let's see. Oh, just trying to bait one of the ranged attacks here. Standing too close. I couldn't quite see it that time. You can actually get a reasonable number of swipes in on that attack if you stand just close enough. Nope, couldn't quite see where I was standing there when we were overlapping. Getting closer. That was a longer survival than usual, despite some mishaps. Again, let's just hit the dodge timings, not stand too close. Unless we really need to. Yeah, standing too close sometimes I can't really see my position. Oh, missed that. Dodge that time. I was a bit lucky that time on a dodge. Nope. Got caught in the cross. Nope. Yeah, we're overdue for some kind of pattern change. Nope. Almost down. And yeah, I got caught in that upswing that time. Pretty close though. That was the best attempt so far. Any late phase pattern changes haven't really caught us off guard too much so far. There's a bit of a change to the scattering pattern when multiple platforms go down at once, but other than that, it doesn't seem like we should have to deal with too much here. You can get a lot of hits in if you manage to approach in that part of the pattern. Okay, this will be a second jump, always, before the landing. Always follows you. We'll be careful with which position we choose for that. Nope, missed it. No, dodging too many things at once. Second jump. Landing. Got faked out by that. I was expecting the forward shot. And that was a bit of a misread. Nope, too far to the left. Let's try to just stand exactly where we needed to evade that time, and that just did not go. Second jump. And land. That's usually a good phase to be a little bit aggressive. Nope. I was trying to dodge that. The hit comes out actually a little bit earlier than you would think, because you see the flash, but the hit makes contact before you really see the full swing if you are standing on the wrong side. And so that bit can be a bit hard to read if you're standing too close. But we had a bit of sloppiness to work out even before that, so shouldn't be taking so much damage going into that part of the phase to begin with. No, just got caught completely that time. No. Yeah, you need to give that a bit more room. Because that attack where he's dropping bombs absolutely tracks the player's position. So you need to give yourself space so you can get to safety. Now you can chase after the second jump on that pattern. Early on the dodge that time. It's a hard one to read, because it depends on which side of him you're standing on when he does the swipe. It will affect your dodge timing based on the placement of that arc. Yeah, once again, just really having trouble getting the dodge time for the swipe. I think the current build will probably work, but needs a bit more finesse when it comes to the execution. No, missed a dodge already. No, got hit by the third part of the projectile. That's unfortunate. No, that did not go at all. Yeah, we don't really need to push too hard damage-wise in this fight. It might be better to adjust to something that's a bit more of a defensive configuration just while we're learning the pattern, but let me consider the options. I don't think the energy is the issue right now. We want to keep the 3-hit combo, I would think. And definitely energy leecher at all times. But we're not getting the heavy strike in that much, and maybe we shouldn't be going for it, because the hairpin is sometimes compromising my energy pool or putting me in the air at a time when I want to be getting out. If we don't take it, well, then maybe we'll be able to take an extra hit. But now let's keep this for a moment. I'm just going to consider some options, though, depending on how we do. I haven't really been keeping an eye on the damage bar for the boss for how far we've been getting along on the best attempts. I think we've gotten the boss down to about a third so far on the best runs. But we'll see. It's a lot of the defense that needs issues right now. Or needs solutions, rather. Okay, I actually managed to get out of that this time. Oh, nope, got smacked on the side. That's unfortunate. After all the careful dodging we did up to that point. Oh, nope, got caught there. I was expecting a safe landing. And that was just a misread. Once again, so... And yeah, sometimes when I'm overlapping like that, I just cannot read where I'm supposed to dodge because I cannot see my character. In the artwork, once again, caught on the spray, mistimed dodge. This attempt did not go well. That's okay. Just need to read some of the dodge timings better on some of the sprays that happen. Nope. Missed. No, again, we need to find a better position for evading that and getting out. We can't cross over the first bomb. That just doesn't work. Nope, fell in. That was unfortunate. A bit more knockback and collision than I accounted for previously. Okay, let's take it off the hairpin build. It's not really working out. I will, however, try to go for this synergy, the additional layer protection, and the hands agreed for the damage buff from protection lost. Again, it is sometimes difficult to read on the bar because of the way that some of the diamonds become black before they've actually been peeled off, but we'll try to stay alive and not worry about that too much. And we don't need to go for the hairpin so much. We can focus on the dodges. Whoop. Nope. That, yeah, the second hit there has been a problem lately. Oh, taking too much damage, but at least hard damage of it will scale with that, so. Or damage output, rather. Nope, yeah, that little flick for the upward attack, that's been catching me at melee range sometimes, and I don't have a good way of reacting to that. Sometimes we're just maybe standing too close, but then how do you not stand too close when you're supposed to smite, right? So. Yeah, you see, it just lifts up and then whacks you. So sometimes we need to really bait that attack first to see what we're dealing with, because occasionally when he's standing on side like that, I'm reading that as the forward stream. And that's not actually the case sometimes, because he's... she rather, Debbie here, is swinging the arm cannon upwards. Oh, nope. Missed that. Okay. Lead that out gently. Second jump. Will give you a spray. Third jump will give me a landing this time. Good. Yeah, that's still a little flick. That's a challenging one to read sometimes. Okay. And yeah, sometimes I dodge the first one and just get hit by the third part of the shot, and so you have to actually go around those if you can. There's the flick. Once again, it's a bit of a fake out. I always expect that to be the forward stream, and there's some kind of visual difference to that in terms of the cue when that attack is happening that we need to be watching here. Okay, let's bait the attack first. There we go. Yeah, we shouldn't be jumping in too aggressively towards the side. We need to bait the attack and then react to it and punish. Nope. Standing too close to the side again. To the corner. Bait the attack first. Yeah, you see, you have to bait it, otherwise you can't tell if it's the sideways stream or the upward swing. You know, if it is the upward swing, we can't really attack into it anyway, so. No, too early on that dodge. I think it was anyway. Yeah, that's a bit hard to see sometimes, but we'll get it. First one, second one, and then let's see what's on the landing. Just stand back a bit sometimes and just get out of that instead of trying to rely on the dodge. Too early on the dodge. Stand back a bit, bait the attack. There we go. And then get out. Nope. Once again. Just can't really dodge out of that one completely, given how rapid the pattern is. Jump and shot. Jump and shot. And then what's the landing this time? Stand out of the way. Dodge the splash. Bait the attack. Yeah, there we go. That's why. And then it's going to be stomp down. Okay. A little over halfway now. So we're expecting complication. Let's see it. Second jump. What's the landing? Okay, that's fine. We read it accurately for once. Let's bait the next attack, whatever it is. It's the flick. Oh, nope. Yeah, dodge timing once again on that. That's been a real issue, that triple shot. Wow, what did I do? Okay, no. That's a bit of a second phase complication. I think just the extent of that splash that we have been missing. That I think I'm safe standing in the center, but there's actually a huge splash and we do need to hit the dodge timing. Regardless, even if we think we're on a safe platform before the stomp. Reasonably far. We'll get this soon. Yeah, that was not a good way to dodge that pattern, but we made it, so can't complain too much. Bait the attack. Couldn't really get my attack in that time, but that's okay. We're safe. That's the important thing. Let's bait it. Yeah, you have to jump away from that after the first dodge so we don't get stuck in the same part of the pattern. Nope. Missed it. And then, yeah, we got caught in the splash that time, unfortunately. I don't have a good solution for this splash sometimes yet. If you're standing close, you can watch the flash on that upward flick, but it's a little bit difficult to spot. First jump. Second jump. Okay, now we finish this one. And get out in time. Don't want to chase too much yet until I have more platforms to work with. Yeah, you have to watch the splash pattern and then dodge the stomp. Nope, got hit. Watch the splash. Nope, too close to the corner. Let's watch this attack. Oh. No, we reacted a little bit late to that because we were still watching the splash on the previous explosions. Usually we can get out of the sideways stream, particularly at that range, much faster. Samphis, it goes well. We've taken one boss down already, the one that we left off on the other day. Dr. Hal in the hand. That went down without too much trouble once we got a dodging pattern. So I'm just getting my shop access back through Debbie here. Nope. There's the follow-up. Watch the splash. Yeah, you need to continue moving when you dodge the triple shot. That's been a real issue for us so far on this fight. Oh, no, I caught out of position. Usually an easy shot to dodge. I have to remember that even with our better movement and energy recharging abilities now, that this is a game that still requires you to be grounded much of the time, and so I still have all these habits of jumping into combat all the time to hit a big target from other games in the genre, and we need to stay on the ground a lot more just to be ready for evasive maneuvers. Second jump. Stand back a little bit. There we go. Having trouble with that. Let's try to push in a little bit. Get down to about the halfway point. And we have to deal with a lot more splashing now. Yeah, I have to get more sideways movement in sometimes. Don't want to get caught in the air too much. Second jump. Nope, nope. Bad idea to cross over, we know that. Should have continued going in one direction for that. Nope. Smacked by the upswing once again. Samphis, you love to disregard for saving Mel. It's all about that shop access. Those two objectives are synonymous. So, it's mutually beneficial. I don't see any difference. Yeah, as long as we don't get caught on the upswing quite so badly. Where's the landing? It's gonna be the splash. Yeah, the triple shot, you'll have to just move out of it, for sure. Just have to keep moving. Because a dodge by itself will not do the job. Mind the splash, and then, yeah, you have to kind of dodge the splash and to stomp at once. The splash was absolutely coming down towards my head that time, directly. Continue in one direction for this. And try to bait the attack. There we go. And then punish. Get out. Watch the splash. First jump. Second jump. Okay, pretty clean so far. Even though we're not getting the buff for having taken damage. That's fine, I'd rather stay alive. So hopefully this doesn't fall apart on us. Walk in one direction. Walk out of that. Yeah, let's not get faked out by that attack. Watch the splash. Dodge the splash and a stomp simultaneously. That's the way to go. Dodging has been much more successful than usual this round. We'll close in. I think this has got a reasonable chance of being the run. Reasonable chance. Let's just not fall apart too quickly here. Second jump. Let's see the next landing. Find a splash. And push in. Just keep pushing. Pretty close. Splash. Stomp. That was a perfect run. Look at that. No hits. No hits on Debbie. One of the only perfect runs we've had on any boss, actually. Flawless victory. Yeah, that was a sudden improvement, given how some of the previous attempts were going. I guess we should actually free Mellow now before forgetting and moving on. Moveset downloaded, yeah, more or less. I mean, we got some convenient placements that time on the pattern. I didn't get caught out of position too much, so don't expect a thank you. I didn't ask for your help. But I suppose without you and Rad, I'd be a goner. The vessel is getting dangerous these days. I didn't realize how dreadful it was. Maybe I should cut the lads some slack. Anyway, I'll head up to the workshop now. Talk to me when you have time. Yeah, it was a fun fight. There were a lot of little things to watch out for, and little dodge timings that I had to get straight, but to have it all come together at once like that, it was extremely satisfying. Okay, now let's not die to too many things here after that flawless victory. I have to remember I'm still kind of built for the boss fight, but the infinite aerial chaining makes everything so much nicer. No, I'm supposed to tap that on the right. Although there's somewhere to go on the right side as well. I think maybe there's a little spot to land there. No, you need to grapple up and then tap and then continue. Whoops, totally missed that. Sanford, did you say there was a quality of life patch for this game? And yeah, 06i was telling me that it hasn't gone through Nintendo cert yet. And so... Whoops. Okay. We're taking too many hits here. We should probably maybe even go back upstairs to reload health first before we do too much. Yeah, let's go back upstairs to reload health first. Taking a little too much punishment here. We will come back for this in a moment, but... Can I actually go up? I actually am not sure I can. I guess we do have to make it through the right side. Alright. Well, let's not be too sloppy about this. Okay, we land. And then, whoop. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, we kind of have to tap that. Nope. I think... Well, we can... Yeah, the thing is we're expending energy here regardless. Let me think about how we'll do this. We need better timing here first. We just skip it. That's the best way to do it. And then let me just go around for a moment so we can fountain up. Oh yeah, it's not free anymore. Because I haven't reset my build yet for exploration purposes, so... It's okay. We'll continue. This way. And it's just the crystallized nacre over here anyway, and then we'll continue left. However, there is something on the right side column. That's interesting. It looks like the approach is going to be from up top rather than the bottom, but I'm not totally sure yet. We can maybe take a peek. Yeah, it looks like it's got to be from top going back down. And yeah, no contact damage was a lifesaver there, absolutely. Now we need to follow this up. Wait, and then how would I dodge around this? We need to glide to the right, probably. No, I can't do that. Also, we're gonna run out of cash soon for repairs if I'm not careful here. Yeah, I'm so accustomed to permanently having the free repairs that caught me off guard a little bit. Yeah, I do need to glide on the right. I just need a better position for it. Wait, then I lose the glide though, but then how do I continue? No, I just need to jump away. I can't burn energy on the glide like that. I just need to jump around it. I need to save my double jump too, I think. Okay, let me test something. Cling. Save to double jump, yeah. No, that's not gonna work. Off the wall. Like, no, I lose my double jump. Hang on. But you can kind of cling away and then jump back like that, maybe. Yeah, and then you can kind of jump around it. You save your jump. No. It looks like I'm supposed to use that spot on the right, but I might be missing something obvious. I think the glide burns too much energy, though, from hanging off to the side there. Or at least I can't seem to get a jump out of it, so maybe... Oh, wait, no. Okay, no, and then I've got no energy to continue, so that can't be it. Yeah, I really cannot stall for that long. Sanfez, you're saying these are pretty reminiscent of the Prince of Persia traps. Yeah, very much so. All over the place in those. What am I missing with these? I feel like I'm supposed to take that slot to the right, but we're just getting whacked by that. Let me think about this. Did I recently pick up an ability that would be relevant here? No, the thing is no energy on the glide. But it does look like we're we're just short of being able to sneak around that. However, maybe I'm burning too much energy at the start. And if we pool enough energy to get over the climb, then we can do it. Like we stand right here. And then I'm just a tiny bit short. So then we don't burn too much on glide, and then... yeah, kind of double jump up to maximize energy saved, and I need to aim a lot better, obviously. There we go. That's the way. Tricky, but we did it. Now, of course, now we need to get up to that next spot. A little bit tricky. Where's my landing? Here it is. That was fortunate. And we come across. Well, yeah, there's a platform on the other side there, so we need to watch out and... oh, I'm taking too many hits here. Almost. There we go, just need to polish the timing. This one falls, okay. I wasn't completely sure. Project forward slightly. Now we need to watch the fall timing on some of these platforms, presumably. So that drops, and then we just float slightly to the left, although that starts to burn a little bit of our glide. Then refresh over here. Refresh over here, there we go. And then let's not drop the elevator on ourselves at this particular moment. This goes to refinery and vaults entrance. We are currently in the Gloomwater Wastes. We'll have to map that out. Where am I? I'm trying to look for the path here. Yeah, we're down here somewhere. We'll see where this goes. We'll go a floor at a time, but let's check sides here first. Almost looks like we can reach that ledge, actually. I'm going to try it. Yeah, the good news is that if I die, I'll barely lose any nacre at this point. That's true. Just having expended all of that on the fountain when we're so close to the 10k that I was looking for. That's okay. We'll farm it the 10k in no time at all. By the time we get to the place where I can spend it, we should have it. So I don't even remember what was available for me at this point in Mill's shop, because obviously I'd like more modifier points if some are still available. At this point, yeah, so there's a place to drop down here. I'd better hit the save first before anything else happens. The slow energy reload is definitely throwing me off a little bit, but that's why we'll change our build back to something a bit more exploration friendly. And map things out in the meantime. Okay, so we can take this one off. Take this. Probably pop some of this off. Whoops. And then we got 20 points to get back. Oh, yes, that's right. We actually do want the energy shard again for one specific gate that I was trying to open. I think we'll take that. The fast energy recharge would be nice, of course, but the energy leecher makes up for that in some fashion, so we'll keep that for the time being. We'll map that out. So yeah, you do need to drop to the right side here, I think, in order to access that door that's down below. But I want to see if I can recover which room it was we were trying to explore on the left. And it might have been the one with those walls over there that we can see. I can't quite recall. It was some room that was on the left side. Yeah, you're saying that it's kind of a cool challenge the way to force you into a platforming segment after the boss, while your build might not be fit for it. Yep. Just have to be cautious. And yeah, we'll go left first. We want to come back here and check what that lower passage is eventually, of course. And there might be a lot more to explore on this side in this entire zone that has been tunneled through by the chase, because presumably we won't be chased through there twice, having defeated mercilessly the creature that was trying to roll over us the whole time. More of a robot than a creature, but you know, either way. So let's go back this way and see if I can find that room that I was thinking of, where I wanted to use the dodge for creating crystals. It was something I was going for rather specifically. Where you need to dodge some of these explosive nodes, perhaps, and then pick up energy off of them, if that is at all possible. Timing has to be quite good for that, though, I think. I better watch out over here as well. Oh yeah, this is where you just climb on the ceiling, I think. Well. Now we're taking too much risk. Okay, never mind that. I lost about 100. Bit rusty there, perhaps. But yeah, there is a specific thing that I'm trying to go for here. And I wonder if I can find it. It might have been this bottom left area. I just cannot remember. Or it might even have been... What was in that top little node there? On the top level. Maybe it was something there. Actually, it might be easier to drop from up top. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll take this passage again and figure it out. There's obviously more to see on that side, so... I just don't remember what we were doing well enough to get back there. Also, was there a connecting... message up top here? I want to check something quickly. It seemed like there was something up above. No, that's just where the pipe goes through. Okay, and now we can zip through here. That's the way we used to do it. Now let's see if I can remember where it was we were trying to explore. Because there was one particular node we needed. So yeah, this is sealed off from this side, but it looks like it can be unsealed from the other side, which means we should go down to that area. And see if we can break that open. Whoops. Getting hit by too many things here. Let's just skip through and drop below if we can. No, that's not how to get through here. We need to wait for it to go down first. Because the flow is going up and down in this area at the moment. Oh, no, missed the grapple. How close am I to health? Actually, we had opened that door down below. Why didn't we just go down the right side? Because isn't that where the shortcut passage was? I can't even remember. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a place to just drop down to the right. Now we're in danger. See if I can remember how to do this. Yeah, this is the area where we can continue. As to soothing refuge. Wasn't there health here in the next room? And what does the Goliath have to say? Anything new? Lost again? Then, if you have time, maybe I can entertain you for a bit. Imagine a faraway world many times the size of our vessel. Its ground is covered in all sorts of colorful wires, growing spare parts made of never-gripping gears. Its corridors are big enough that you never have to hunch to pass a door, and rivers of the purest, whitest nacre flow continually through. Too tacky, yes? That's what I think, too. To be honest, all this storytelling affair is harder than it seems. Whoever came up with the original stories had quite the vivid imagination. We know the Goliath has literary aspirations. He made that very clear. Speaking of which, if we manage to crystallize what we have, we're pretty close to that 10k mark. Should be added by the time, again, we actually get to where I want to spend it, if I can find it again. It was somewhere close to the breath. So a little far off from where we are currently, but we'll See how we can get back there. Okay, so I want to go left and up when we're able. I remember how. It'll be after this passage here. I think. No, we overshot already. It was something up top on this side. I'm trying to remember what it was. Ah, yeah, up there. We'll get it. Actually, no, you can just grab onto that from the right side. Whoop. Fell rather badly there. You don't need to do all that. You can just go from the right. I think I made that same mistake last time too. When we tried to get up here and wrap around. So yeah, this is the bit. We need to dodge perfectly, I think, and make a crystal. Maybe. Nope. And then now we're down to being only able to take one hit, so that's not great. So yeah, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to create my own crystal so I'm able to hit. But maybe I'm missing something mechanical that doesn't require that. It seems a bit odd that you would require a modifier to get through these gates, which is why I don't think that's the case. I think there's something we're missing about how I'm supposed to project energy through these nodes. No, but it's not going to be like that, and indeed we'll lose too much. It seemed like I needed to do a timed dodge on the bombs and then maybe use a crystal drop to push through that gate. That's what I was assuming, but I don't actually know if I can do a timed dodge rather through these. We can try it with these ones. Yeah, you can. That's absolutely the way to do it. But you need to hit the timing perfectly. If we can hit that timing consistently, then we'll do it. Okay, then let's go back and try that. I'm trying to see if there's a faster passage back. I don't really think there is. I do think we need to go this way, but that's the idea anyway that we're going for, and we'll try not to lose everything on the way there this time. And try to retrace our steps a little more accurately on the way down. That was a little too risky. Didn't need to do that. Oh yeah, no, we need to go in the pipe, so not here. And then that's already taking far too much damage. So we'll need to really nail that dodge when we get to it. After we refresh health at the next point over here. Yeah, kind of interesting that that seemingly requires the modifier to get through the gate. It does make me wonder whether there's supposed to be some alternate method, but we'll find out. We should open the shortcut side first, I think, because then At least we can get back and try again quickly if needed. And it's going to be up here. Saying it's the only barrel friend in the vaults, is it really? Bad timing. Oh, missed it. There we go. There's the shortcut. Good. Now let's get the other one. What do we have here? Coding component, that's good. And then we have an additional passage going this way, which seems new. Then how do we go from there? Doesn't seem like I can get over yet. Just trying to maybe grapple through it. Oh, you know what? Maybe we need to dodge and then create an additional grapple point since you're required to dodge through the bottoms to get to this place in the first place, maybe that's the nature of the challenge. Nope. We'll need to refresh health. Luckily, we're pretty close to that. Isn't the next room up if we can survive it? Yeah, it looks like you have to create yourself an additional node there to grapple through. Which is interesting. It's a modifier-dependent challenge as far as I can tell, which is not something we've really seen in this game. Now, you do need to fight something to get to the Nacre Basin up here. So we'll need to fight it carefully. Because it looks like we'll need to hit the dodge to drop a crystal, then grapple through that crystal immediately. So your timing on the dodge has to be quite good. Nope. And the explosion. No, it's hard to hit when you're also floating around midair. No. Nope. It's okay, we'll just go back every time. And reload. Ooh. And yeah, these keep coming back, so you can't really get rid of them as such. So we don't want to get blown up on the way back, obviously. If I'm not moving around too much, I can hit the timing to dodge the explosion. But the thing is, if you're zipping around and falling, then it can be surprisingly difficult to synchronize. Must be something good awaiting us at the end of that challenge. We'll find out what. I'm guessing it has to be significant, given that we're already past one coding component in this passage, and that is already kind of bonus for extra Credit. Nope, just can't hit it. Okay, so I need to swipe over it, but that's actually otherwise correct. Now, of course, if I grapple through the first node, there we go. That's right. Now, am I supposed to hit these? Yes, I am. Oh, that's going to be tricky. And then we're already out of health, so I kind of have to go back. And then, oh no, I'm going to die. Okay, what we want to do is when we get back over there, since we have the shortcut open now, we want to open up the fountain for refreshes first. And then we'll have to be pretty exact about playing through all those projectiles. Earlier I realized I was missing the dodges because I was actually not hitting the right button at all. Just got my wires crossed a little bit when it came to the inputs. Which is why it looked like I was whiffing every dodge in that one that we needed to get through, even though we had done everything perfectly up to that point. Yeah, welcome, dude, Gyro. And we'll be able to get through it. Just takes practice. I am very curious what's going to be unlocked behind this segment here, because it does require a bit of advanced trickery. We might want to build for better energy management. If this doesn't work out too well. No, it's not going to be grappling through the projectiles. You can't really do that. You need to double jump towards it and hit again. Hit from below, probably. Now you can just sustain yourself here until you're ready to tap an additional one, I think, but whoop. But if you missed, then the whole synchronization goes down. So. Nope. You don't sneak under that. And then let's go back and refresh health. Carefully. Kind of interesting that even this late in the game, you don't really have any speed movement. It's a very different progression structure from a lot of games in this genre in that it starts you at double jump right off the bat, so you get all these cavernous rooms with tons of verticality, lots of adjustment that you do in midair, but you don't get speedy movement really until some indeterminate point. Do I want to know a faster movement option? You mean other than just crawling on the ground? Because that's one way. Yeah, I guess Striders does help. I'm reluctant to burn energy usually in this game, though. But if we know we're just going on this straight, then that does work. Oh, you need to tap first. Okay, got back here quickly, at least. Let's get all the way over so we can try to get the ceiling cling at the end. Nope, couldn't quite get it. Losing a bit of height here, so. Nope. It doesn't look like I can grapple through projectiles, but I should maybe try it again. Maybe I just missed last time. I mean, you can tap them. Maybe it makes sense that you can... No, you can't grapple through them. I'm trying to get within range of the ceiling cling. But can't quite do it yet. And we'll need to reload health. Try again. Oh, let's not hit the ceiling here. And yeah, we should actually maybe just dash on the ground a little bit more often. It just hasn't been a habit. Kind of like rolling everywhere in the older Zelda games. Zero 6I, you're saying there's an even faster movement, but it's a hidden technique. I'm trying to do striders and a grapple at the same time. You see how there's this little blue glow when you do that? Is that it? It seems to give you a little bit of acceleration. I didn't know that existed until just now, so... I don't know if that's what you mean by hidden technique. Seems to be slightly faster, I don't know. Or maybe it's just... Yeah. Whiffing the grapple. I mean, you know, we'll finish the game first and we'll eventually see how speedrunners do it. Is an indication that you don't have enough energy for the grapple. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that's exactly it. Well. You know, no. I have to dodge and then use the grapple point. Same way as we did previously. We need to dodge one of the upper projectiles. Then we want to grapple up and then hit the ceiling and crawl. Hard to get enough height off of this though. Because if you go for the dodge, it will throw off your timing for the next landing if you whiff like that. There we go. Got it. Next. Well, I don't know what's down there, so I guess we'll follow it down, and then maybe we need to hit a grapple point on the way over. Oh, maybe we need to glide this one down a little bit. Yeah, no, you actually do need to grapple something to go over. Now, here's the problem, is that I'm too far in at this point to really go back unless we follow these back, which maybe we should do. No, won't be able to catch it. That's okay, we got a shortcut. And we didn't really pick up too much cash. Let's see if I want to rebuild slightly just for this challenge. Well, we need shard, obviously. But let's take off cash for a moment. Quicker on the ground? I don't know if that will help necessarily. I think we can take off another 10. We definitely want this because we are refreshing health fairly often. We don't really need this or enemy health. And we can put in the additional protection. So we can have a bit more of a buffer. And then we will once again free up the health refresh in the upstairs, even though I'm succeeding in the first part quite a lot more often than previously. You think dying might be just as fast for returning? Maybe so, but... yeah, if you're deep in enough. I mean, ideally we just don't take so much damage on the way there. But, you know, if we whiff the early section, then we would want to come back, I think. Just to be in the best position possible for the later areas. Yeah, I didn't think that would make it. Hang on. We need to be a little further left on that grapple point. No, not far enough. There we go. Nope, missed it. Yeah, the thing is, if you miss dodge, then it throws off absolutely everything else there. Let's go back and reload. This is definitely the most technically involved platforming puzzle that we've seen so far. And there have been a good selection of them across the game, but this one is in equal measure something that involves working out what to do and executing it properly in a way that's a bit more advanced than we've been tested on up to this point. Which is nice to see. I'm glad it pushes the player a little bit. And again, we'll see what's at the end of the sequence. Just getting enough height going straight up for the dodge. That has been a bit of an issue here. Here we go. Very satisfying to nail it when you do, so. So this bit here, you need to basically dodge one of those projectiles as you're falling into the gap where you can set up a grapple point going left. That's how I understand it. The timing might take some working out. And the thing is, you can refresh your energy by tapping these, which we should do until we've worked our way down. But I've been thinking that we'll absolutely need to set up a grapple point using a dodge. Except I will need it to glide. And if I glide, I let a projectile fall towards me. Then I dodge, then I grapple left. So we fall in and glide. That's a little high. Now, having a good recovery method when it fails is vital here. Oh, missed it, but if it's still there, we can use it. It's not still there. And I missed a dodge, and I missed a dodge again, so that's unfortunate. Got a bit impatient with it, perhaps. Now we've got plenty of time to read the left side to plan. It looks like we're about to take a death here, and I don't know if we'll bother refreshing all the way. No, we won't. No, almost set up to that, but not quite. That's okay. We know the sequence up to that point. We just need to not take damage up to that point, and we should be fine. And yeah, only 34 Negro lost, so we should have just kept on attempting it and take the death instead of going back at that point. So, not really amassing a lot of cash there anyway. We know how to set it up at this point, but just need to keep a lot of buttons straight as we swap around. Whoop, that was a bit of a mess here. Let's not get shot in the face too much. That's okay, we'll refresh at the top anyway, so. Yeah, past a certain point, we're not going to go backwards. We need to keep on pushing. Will we have enough distance here? Yes, we will. Kind of need to go straight up here to catch the dodge timing. Or maybe even towards the right. But we kind of need to approach where the next projectile is coming. Not quite. No, just can't gain the height that we need. You need a longer hair modifier. I assumed there would be one. I don't have one though. But I assumed there would be one like the long nail in Hollow Knight that I depended on way too heavily the first time I played the game. We better reload at this point, otherwise we won't make it through the next part. We do want to be in the most comfortable position possible going into the new material so we can learn it properly, so despite the time it takes to reload charges over here, we'll do it. Oh, forgot to tap it. Nope, missed. It's not even a longer hair necessarily. I mean, I guess if you do a slightly higher hit on the way down, it might be that we're doing the jump too close in. Like the lower tap rather too close in, that I can kind of take a bit of a risk at a longer range to make sure we can actually catch that dodge. No, and the thing is if I miss the projectile then it's damage, so. Alright, let's keep pushing. I mean, one more point of damage and we should actually go back. Otherwise we won't make it through the next bit. No. Too many issues here. Yeah, bit of a long run back, but we do need it. Just to max out the chances we get on the new material. And on the column that we haven't even gone up yet, the leftmost column that we've seen so far, there will be a bit more consecutive climbing through, hitting projectiles coming in from side to side, and so we'll need to get accustomed to the pattern for setting up the grapple points with each successive dodge. taking too many risks now since I know I need a little bit more height. I'm actually stretching the range a little too long. There we go. Nope, missed it. Right, because we have no energy at that point. I need to not only dodge, but then tap it afterwards. That's what I'm missing. Because if I'm floating, I'm already using my energy and I can't grapple out. Either that, or we have to do it in a way that does not float. I mean, what's my falling speed relative to projectile falling speed? Because, whoop. Oh, taking so much damage all at once. Because we just fall ahead of it slightly, maybe. And let it catch up. And dodge while retaining energy. No, that's not going to work. Zero6i, am I interested in a new Hollow Knight update? I've downloaded it. The Switch 2 edition update? I have that loaded. I don't know when I'll get around to playing it. But, as I've said when I was playing Silksong, I've never actually done the full 112% plus Godmaster Pantheon 5 and all that in Hollow Knight, so that's a bit of major unfinished business for me at some point. It will probably not be soon, but someday I may do a fresh run in that from scratch. There are a few late game fights in the first Hollow Knight that I never actually did. So it'll be interesting to see how that compares to the 100% Silksong experience. But yeah, my schedule seems very full up for the next little while. And that's not even accounting for the Silksong expansion announced for later this year that will come sometime in the next 7 years. What do I have planned after this? Well, it depends on how long I take with MIO, because we'll reorder things accordingly depending on what we have time for. But I do have a few more things that are side-scrolling action games in the Metroid adjacent genres or otherwise. Possibly some longer projects as well, and of course Mario Maker that we have a lot I still want to get through. Oh, got thrown off a little bit there by going for the upper tap. That was a mistake. Nope. Yeah, of course, if you're just missing, that really doesn't help. No. The thing is, you need to hit that at a really long range, but not so long that you miss completely and take damage down below. And I just haven't hit the sweet spot yet. Yeah, Samfiz, I don't want to commit to any particular game on a stream just yet, just in case we don't manage to fit it in the schedule in the short term. I don't want to promise anything. But I do have a lineup in mind. But I'm wary of announcing things too early and then finding out that I am not actually able to fulfill that later, depending on how the schedule shakes out, so. But for people who like this genre, there will be some content that I absolutely have lined up. And of course it depends on which new releases interfere with my planning and suddenly take priority as well. Certainly we'll want to look at some of the new Super Mario Wonder content, for instance, it's in March. I also played the demo of Pragmata that was just released on eShop this week, and among new releases, that's one that I'm definitely looking at fitting in if we can when we get to it in April. Whoops. But we'll work around that. I have a couple of backlog games that will fit in as we can, just depending on how long things take. Yeah, we need a good fallback plan when we missed a dodge. That was not a good fallback plan. Yeah, we'll see how robust the Wonder content is. It seems like, at the very least, there's going to be some kind of challenge or modification to all of the existing stages, which scale-wise might wind up being similar to New Super Luigi U, which was a good substantial content package back when it came out, even on the single-player end. I'm probably also not going to get that much mileage out of the multiplayer Bella Bell Park stuff that is kind of the headliner for the Wonder content, but we'll see how the single player content does. Okay, that one I was confident in. Let's do that. Let's get set up for the next part here. Let's just get down below to the lowest point that I can. So yeah, there's a bit of an energy management problem here because after we get the dodge, we need... Whoop, enough energy to hit the grapple over, and I'm trying to figure out what we're going to tap to get that. Do we dodge and then tap? Maybe we do. Like dodge and then tap below. Does seem very much like we do need the float here in order to time to dodge properly though. Unless we want to just jump in ahead. Oh, nope. That was badly planned. Yeah, you're saying that next Direct still has lots of release dates to confirm. Absolutely. In terms of the known Nintendo titles, Fire Emblem Rhythm Heaven and Splatoon Raiders are all things I'll be watching out for dates for. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I just need to fill in the calendar accordingly and stuff what backlog in I can. I keep saying that at some point I want to just blitz through a whole bunch of shorter indie games again, which was how we covered this developer's previous game, Shady Part of Me, when I ran on stream a few years ago. It was very satisfying to do that, just blitz through a couple of really compact but inventive indies in a row. I don't have that planned currently. I have medium to greater length games in queue, but that's something I'd like to return to do at some point on the stream. Okay, let's watch the timing here and figure this out, because we want to drop in ahead. Well, no, when we have the energy to do so. Unfortunately, if I just whiff this and hit by jumping too far, that does not work out. Okay, let's... No, but then I have nothing that I can tap. Like, if I dodge through it, I have nothing that I can tap in time. What I think I actually have to do is I had to do an upward tap against a projectile coming in and then dodge. Like, tap something falling towards me to refresh energy, then dodge immediately, then hit the crystal. Because right now, if I'm using the glide to time things, I don't know where my energy for the grapple is coming from. So either A, we don't use the glide and just wing it and probably take damage in the process, or we tap first, then dodge, and you have to do it really quickly because there's a projectile that's going to be coming down towards your head when you do that. And I don't know if the timing window will work out for tap and dodge right away. Like, you kind of need to do those together in sequence very quickly. Not only that, but then you need to position yourself for the hairpin to the right afterwards. But the energy needs to come from somewhere, and we just currently don't have a good solution. Unless, of course, we put on that one modifier that gives you energy for taking damage, which, while we don't want to do that deliberately... No, that wouldn't work, actually, because you need to dodge to set up the hairpin point, and if you're using the dodge to set up the crystal, then the presumption is that you're not taking damage off of it, so... we will see. Not quite close enough there. Completely off target. Okay, that was cleaner. This bit is really quite tricky, because if you miss, the disaster recovery is a bit finicky to set up. I'm not getting nearly enough height at the moment. Okay, got it. Okay, perfect so far. Let's just watch out for this bit. And not overshoot when we are trying to refresh energy. So again, if we glide, we need to do up tap then dodge immediately. It's a lot of buttons to keep track of here. Yeah, no, and if you tap it, it shatters, so you don't get a dodge. So you can't do that, actually. So I actually have to do it without the glide. Notice that my character falls at a slightly faster rate, which means that we can fall towards a projectile. I guess because that's... yeah, the projectile has a bit of thrust, so it's not like you have two falling objects that are both purely in free fall pulled by the same gravitational force. So that's why physically it would make sense for the projectile to outpace you. Oh wait, no. Do you outpace a projectile, or does the projectile outpace you? You outpace a projectile. Wait, then how does that make sense physically? I don't think it really does, but that's okay. Platformer logic. So in that case, we actually had to jump towards a falling object and then dodge it, which doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but then I'm using the wall cling at this point. If I'm tapping from the wall cling to recharge energy, like where's my energy coming from? Because we hit the dodge, then where's my energy? Maybe we need to hit the dodge, then sustain with a glide for long enough. Like we glide, we dodge, we glide some more if we have the juice to do it. And then hit the next projectile. Then use the crystal. Maybe we need to do that actually. Glide, dodge, and then glide again. Because otherwise the energy management is just all over the place here. No. And sometimes I'm jumping too far to try to refresh the health, and then that's why I'm taking damage there. Okay, this bit has been a little bit tricky, but there's a lot to work about this. Maybe I'm even short on some ability that vastly assists with this, for all I know. But no, I don't think I am. I think we have the tools we need. But the energy management is a big open question right now on the matter of how to actually have the energy to grapple onto a crystal once I get it. Maybe I don't even need a grapple. Maybe just bouncing off of a projectile and getting a double jump off that gets me sufficient distance to go left, but I didn't think so. We need to inspect the column carefully because maybe I don't need a grapple at all and we're not thinking about it correctly. Oh no, too low. No, nowhere close. Much more comfortable that time. Nope. I'm trying to sustain myself with some extra upward thrust perhaps, but it's not really going. However, interestingly enough, if you just kind of air stall like this, maybe then we're able to refresh energy on a downward projectile and then catch the next one with a dodge. Because if you're falling, it seems like there's no limit to how much you can stall like that. And then maybe that's the solution to the later part. You just air stall like that instead of using a glide, because then if you're not using a glide, then you save energy while still being able to stall. Okay, I'd like to get over there and try that, even though we're not going back for the health refresh right now. Let's go to a cleaner way to do this bit. But yeah, I actually suspect that might be it. That you tap to refresh energy. Or to air stall without using the glide. Oh, no, I was trying to dodge there and accidentally grappled. But yeah, if you drop down below through the middle and then air stall until you get a dodge. That was a little low, but it's the right idea. We finally made a crystal with an energy pool that's actually available, so. But you absolutely need to tap something first so you're at full energy when you go down into the fall. But I think that's the right idea. We just need to air stall using swipes instead. Doesn't even need to be an upward swipe necessarily, like if we... although if we do it like this, then we can kind of sustain ourselves a lot longer. I don't know, we'll have to figure out the method, but I think we need to do some kind of energy-free air stall just to get in position to wait for the next projectile at that point, so we can get a grapple going. Nope, too close. Nope, too aggressive. You kind of need to hit dead center, I think. Whoops. That was a side swipe by mistake. Yeah, if you hit dead center, then you're able to... Oh, no, that was a complete miss. Okay, we need to go back and reload health for sure. I haven't even defeated the Guardian of the Mountain just yet. Basin, rather. So let's not sub too badly on this bit here. And let's refill. Just barely made it over. Yeah, if you miss, just miss. However, I was trying to salvage that from down below. That didn't quite work. Here we go. So let's not jump too aggressively when trying to tap. Want full energy. Then we stall, stall, dodge. There we go. Almost just a little bit low. Oh, that's rather tricky. You need a bit more height than that to go over, but we're close. And then you dodge at that point. When you tap the node on the left, you can dodge that and then create another node to grapple through with full energy. Tricky sequence. Now, I wonder if it is actually necessary to grapple over to get to the left within bomb range, but I think it is. Oh, and then lost a little bit of control there because I couldn't quite time what was going on. I think you basically just need to bounce on the bomb repeatedly at that point until you line things up again and get the next dodge going and chain more dodges. But we have the idea for this generally worked out here. Need to be careful not to lean too far when you... Oh, no. Yeah, the thing is, if I'm dodging like that, I'm usually still roughly in the same column and not very far to the right, and so we will go back to the save point since I took a death anyway, and so that's crash number 3. That's alright, we'll get back in. No real progress lost since it's just from taking a death and reverting to the save point anyway. A bit unfortunate, but not actually a nuisance since we were bound to lose progress there. Let's get back in just a moment. I actually wonder if the health refund for 3 enemies defeated would work with projectiles that you deflect. I wouldn't think so, but that's a question for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't think that works with projectiles. I think it says enemies, but I'm thinking of who we could hit for that. Anyway, let's continue first. We'll go back if we need, but we'll work this out a jump at a time. No, that's not going to go. Sometimes you just need to know when the positioning is not working out. I found out with the bottom one, you want to anticipate it a little bit and be sort of to the top right of the projectile when you bounce towards it. That gets you a better position in terms of height. That's why it worked out that time. We were deliberately trying a slightly different position. Missed, missed, missed. Too low. You need to be so exact here. No. And if you miss these ones, you just run out of energy and don't get to cling. Nope, I accidentally hit that one I was trying to dodge. And then now I hit the crystal, and by hitting the crystal, I lost my dodge. Or lost my grapple point, rather. Because I actually did get the crystal positioned the way I wanted that time. I just accidentally whacked it. Because we were still spamming the attack. And then, yeah, it's really quite difficult to tap these sometimes without getting too close to them with your movement. You know, just by doing a right side tap without doing a right side jump. Missed it. Maybe we can... If we miss it, maybe we can grapple and then dodge again and then grapple or something. But then there's an energy management issue if you do that. So we're flailing a bit. Now we have gotten back to the left side before. We don't know how to continue from it now, but if I can get there at full health, or something close to full health, then it's possible to practice. This does seem unusually technical, which makes me think that whatever is behind it could be substantial. Even more modifier point expansions would be great, given that we might have run out of purchasable ones, even after rescuing Mel. Okay, anticipate it slightly. Very good. Best yet. Missed it. I fell to the right a little too early in anticipation. We need to stay on the same column. No, I did get the grapple point, I just took damage and lost my position. No. Flailed around a bit too much there. I went too low to begin with. By accidentally tapping too much. So we actually shouldn't do an upward swipe. We should air stall with a side swipe so we don't accidentally tap. Well, accidentally tapped anyway. And then too high. You need to be so exact with that positioning. Yeah, because otherwise you get in all sorts of trouble there. So I need to position that a little bit lower. But even once you position it, it has to be low because you can't really get a straight right to left grapple there. You just won't get the position to do it. This has been a very technical platforming challenge. And it's been satisfying to try to puzzle it out one by one jump after the other, but it takes a lot of planning and finesse, and definitely we haven't put together the whole package just yet. Okay, I am going to reload health first before we proceed. Since we blundered through that introductory passage. I don't know if there is a simpler solution, but we do have something that works. It's just very positionally exact to put together. And that's alright. Some advanced content is always very welcome. Nope. A little bit short. Don't know if there's a way I can ease this up a little bit. Need to work on a disaster recovery, perhaps, if we miss. Might even just need to set up more than one grapple point, perhaps. Okay. Almost, almost. We've been able to get above that before with a really clean grapple, but haven't been able to get that recently. Nope. Was unable to dodge that with the right timing. Just set it up this time. And then we were supposed to dodge into that one. We almost got it. We just need to chain dodges from that point. It gives you plenty of distance to do it. But I'm beginning to see there's one little adjustment that we can make here that is actually improving things, which is that after you set up the grapple point, you take advantage of a double jump. And jump to the right, and then that's how you position the grapple to be a little bit cleaner. So we might have a bit more flexibility to set up the grapple point if we position a right to left entry a little more cleanly after that. So that's the little modification that we just need to bake into muscle memory a bit, and then we can start working on that left side with a better entry position and timing there as well. Oh, just barely made it over. Wasn't sure how we could do it that time. So yeah, gotta anticipate this by staying top right. And it gives you a bit more leeway if you miss. Okay, now we fall in. Oh, nope. Almost, but not enough ceiling there to work with. Yeah, if you accidentally swipe one of those, you do have an additional jump to reposition to try to make an attempt at the next one. Nope, that's not dodge. You have to hit that dodge right on target. And you have to chain dodges all the way up. Too ambitious there, trying to do the fast fall. We should do the wall cling first, and just for timing purposes. But yeah, the climb on the left is just all chaining. When you get a dodge, you do refresh your energy. That's actually something very important to take note of here. That a successful dodge does give you the energy you need. So maybe we should have been using glide in the first place then. Because maybe you do have sufficient energy, you land a dodge correctly, and so... Yeah, we might have written off the glide method too early when I was having trouble earlier figuring where the energy would be from for the follow-up. Because when you set up the crystal, it looks like you do get a full energy pool again, so... Well, we'll see pretty soon if that's the case. I'm not sure that's correct, but maybe it is. We'll work out the mechanics a little bit more knowledgeably if we can. Nope, that was a big miss there. You know what? Let's try with glide. Yeah, it totally refreshes. Except because you would still be kind of mid-glide, it would deplete. No, that's the issue with using a glide, is that you wouldn't be maxed out. Or rather, it's difficult to guarantee that you would be maxed out. I guess maybe we're not letting go of the glide quickly enough. Like if we let... Well, hang on. That's not how you do it. If I fall in... And a glide... Dodge... No, because it still depletes the energy from the initial glide when you do that. That's why it didn't work before. So, dodging does refresh your energy pool, but the thing is, it depletes from max at that point. So that's why we can't use the glide method. It maxes out the energy when you get to dodge, but then it starts depleting it right away as a follow-up to the glide because it detects that you're still in the same aerial movement as the initial glide, it seems, even if you've let go of the button already. At least that's what seems to be happening. I'm not exactly sure about the priority order and logic, but clearly we're not getting the grapple at that point because the energy bar is going down. Even if you do glide followed by dodge to refresh it all. So. On the left side climb though, where you're not gliding, you can chain the energy refresh using dodge and grapple, dodge and grapple. Nope, missed. Yeah, the disaster recovery needs work. If you miss, you need to fall to the right. Until you reset your position a bit. There we go. No, too low. Actually, we should be using the double jump to position. Like, you can do a bit of swiping. But we need a really exact vertical position for the dodge to work out, so... No, grappled the wrong way. It is a whiff to grapple. No. Grapple accuracy has been a problem for me throughout the entire game, so... We'll see what we can do. Still haven't really been able to do more than one step of the climb on the left so far, even after so many attempts. Some of the early material is getting a bit cleaner, with occasional problems with disaster recovery, but we'll sort those out with time. No, that's not going to work. Saw that my position was just way too far out. Well, that eventually worked out. Let's be careful here not to take too much damage. Nope. And then got into a bit of a disaster situation there after the miss. Oh, missed the dodge button. I actually just hit the wrong button that time instead of dodging at the right time the way I was supposed to. Now I was trying to sustain myself there so we could get a double jump off of the tab. Didn't quite work. But we're getting further. That's the first time we've comfortably gotten above the first projectile. And so we just need to chain it to an additional one after that, and then we're almost out of here alive. Just a lot of little things to work out about the method. The early material is at least getting familiar. Not perfect, but familiar. Now the vertical positioning here takes work. Oh, lost energy. It was almost right. That's the best attempt yet, actually, by a long shot. Success. Great success. And there's more. Now, I don't even know what the passage forward is from here. Is it to the left? Is it to the bottom left? We don't know. I think we need to go down and scout. I would assume it's to the left. But we really can't assume too much of anything at the moment. Maybe we just sail across here. Glide. Come across, glide. Come across. So, there's a lower part. And this stops. And it looks like there's an upper part as well. So we need to go back across and then back up. But then we need to sneak under this bit. And then do the crossing. Nope, no energy. Well, okay, so we did part of it, but can we recover enough to take the top part as well? We have to find out. Because it looks like you do need to go through that middle passage and then back through to the left here, and then this is a long sequence. Wow. And then if you miss it all, then that happens. No, I was trying to cross back over to the right so we have a safety point, but it didn't really matter since we had no health remaining to work with. However, that was a significant gain in knowledge and in progress. So now we have some idea of what else to look forward to if we take the top passage. How much crystallization did we even get off of that? We are over 10k incidentally. So we'll try to buy the 10k item today, if we can. Okay, so we worked out a lot that time. And much of it should be replicable. Close, but not quite. You need to read very quickly when you do miss. Oh, nope. That's a loss. Right there. Nope, miss. Well, that's worse than usual. Worse than lately. But if we can do this bit cleanly, then it'll be significant. Nope, missed too much. Lost energy there. Yeah, I was just out of position there, off center for the actual dodge. So I was trying to not to swipe into the projectile when, whoops, standing too close. So yeah, this will probably not go well, but... yeah, that's the problem, is that sometimes if you're just slightly off center from movement, then you don't get to dodge. Or rather, the dodge doesn't trigger the crystal because it is not within the impact zone. So that was a bit sloppy that time. Just couldn't get the crystal down. Nope, didn't get the dodge down. Okay, barely over. Reposition slightly, there we go. Let's not lean over too far when we need to reload energy. Nope. Didn't want to get hit there, I wanted to dodge there, and that just did not work out. Took 2 hits that time, unfortunately, just on that mistake. Too many positional issues. Once you get the rhythm down, that goes well. Now here, how do we get across? I think you need to sideswipe. Oh, that's not a sideswipe. Only 1 hit remaining, unfortunately. No, and you have to hit every single one. But you can do that. You can do sideways hits to go under that low ceiling. And that's how you cross. We'd like to do so with a larger health pool. So fewer mistakes up to that point, but at least we're able to get up there more than just once. This might just be the whole stream today. 2 bosses and a platforming challenge. Who knows what else we can actually get done. I did not expect when I broke open the wall on the left side here that it would turn into something this elaborate, but at the same time, that's a pleasant surprise just when it comes to the breadth of playable content. Okay. Gotta do a good air stall here. Ooh, uh-oh. Well, disaster recovery is most of the challenge. The fact that we managed to get out of that despite some whiffs is also a major plus. No. That ended disastrously. Yeah, you just really aren't allowed to miss very much. Because otherwise you just have no energy remaining to do anything and recover. Okay, stable. Next, what even is this? Down. And then down towards another node there. Now maybe we can kind of coast across in the middle. Until we see what's going on. I think we have to go up. I actually cannot see. Missed. By the way, I see how we're supposed to do that bit that I have so much trouble reaching with a jump sometimes. We're actually just supposed to grapple up through it. No wonder I always have so much trouble reaching it. I've been doing it the hard way all this time, instead of chaining the grapple properly. I'll try to demonstrate what I mean when I get to it. I've had so much trouble positioning that thing because it's not supposed to be bounce into grapple. It's supposed to be grapple into grapple. Hairpin to hairpin. And that's what it's supposed to teach you, except of course we succeeded by doing it the hard way, and when one succeeds by doing something the hard way, you just keep doing it the hard way. And so that's what happened. I'm talking about this area here. Let's see if I can demonstrate it. Oh. Much, much easier. Why didn't we do it that way before, given that that's the exact method that we need to chain through the left side. I think mentally we need to keep some of the energy management straight. That's why. Okay. That was a bit of a disaster recovery issue there by setting the grapple point too high. Nope, too low. Nope, bad timing that time on a dodge. No. Positioning was a little bit off. And ran right into the blade. By climbing too aggressively that time. So this will probably not work out. In this series of attempts. Oh, nope. Got zoned out a little bit there by the extra projectile. It's okay. We can get rid of some of that sloppiness. Which we've done before. We have actually gotten past those obstacles at full health now, at least once. Well, once. Oop. Okay, we're so close to the save point. Let's just get that point of health back. And how did I lose the double jump there? I don't even know. Let's make it back to the platforming challenge cleanly. That would be a plus here. It's alright, we are steadily progressing. It's just that we have quite a lot more left in that whole passage. That we'll try to work out consistently. Oh, no, not up here. No, got blown up. No, that did not work out. Sometimes you just know to position this non-starter. Now to do it the supposedly easy way, you do need to assume a little bit of risk. But it's much cleaner when you land the first one, just like that. Nope, I keep missing. Or rather, I keep hitting those when I'm just trying to do an air stall. And too low. So here's the method. Swipe, swipe, jump, dodge. Except we plugged it on the right side instead. Swipe, swipe, jump, dodge. Nope. And then the consecutive hits did us in there. But I have a better method for the air stall now that does not accidentally hit the projectiles. If we manage the availability of the air jump very precisely, we should be able to do it cleanly every time. And so, with a couple of new improvements to the early segments, well, look at that, the friendly fire there set off the bomb. That was unfortunate. We'll do a health replenishment up top this time, just in case anything else happens. But yeah, if we have a method to just get through the first segment at full health somewhat reliably, that will be significantly better for our chances as we advance to the top left side. Okay, let's start this up and try not to take damage right away. Oh, missed it. Now let's see if I can get this down in muscle memory properly. So we refresh energy, then it's swipe, swipe, jump, dodge, jump, and then over. However, I came in a bit low. Swipe, swipe, jump, dodge. Game was lagging for a moment there. That made me momentarily worried about a crash. Since we've had 2 in a stream today already. Off on the dodge timing that time. We were just about there. Just about. Dodge. No, missed it. Couldn't recover. Missed the grapple, rather. After we managed to set up the crystal. No. That was a bit of a disaster recovery issue where one miss threw off the whole rhythm. We've managed to get out of something like that before, but not this time. Too high. Technique needs to be pretty solid for this part. Just watch it turn out that we're missing some critical ability or modifier that simplifies the whole thing. But it is clearly doable this way. We have the tools we need, at minimum. And it's nice to have a big challenge to take on from time to time. Wow, that's a lot more height than we usually get. Now, sometimes if you're missing a point to tap, you can tap on the crystals. It just destroys them. But if we need a recovery point sometimes just to get an additional jump, that is possible. Swipe, swipe, jump, dodge. Nope. Nope. It just fell apart that time. You need a very exact height to have a comfortable grapple to the left. Very satisfying to do it. Patience and glide. Okay, this bit here. I don't really know. We need to fall in and then... Oh yeah, fall in. So you can just fall for this part. Then we can try to sustain ourselves until we can chain grapples going back up. Nope, that was a muscle memory issue. I missed the grapple button. Where do I go from there? That is way off. No, you need to be able to grapple up high enough that you can get an additional jump over to the node on the left, unless there's a place to climb. Not many attempts remaining for me here. In terms of the amount of health we have on this run, rather. I'll attempt this for quite a bit longer, of course. In terms of total tries that we have to reset. How? Unless we have to maybe slide through the middle? No, it can't be right. Doesn't seem like I've nearly the movement that gets me over to that node, but... Maybe I need to set up a grapple point and bounce on it for a double jump. I don't know how to get over there. That's way too far. That seems way out of reach. So, something I'm missing there. Maybe more of the swipe to air stall that we would need to do there to cover some more distance. I don't know, because it seems like verticality is a problem in that spot. We're so far in at this point. It would be a shame to just get stuck on that jump. We can't figure out how to cover that distance. Nope. Bad positioning. It's with the glide, I bet. But I can't get enough height, though. I feel like even a glide's not going to be sufficient. But if we can get enough height, then we don't worry about horizontal distance. We just go straight up and then glide to the left in that spot. Missed. Does Pogo off energy shard give more height? Yeah, it does. It's just that you break your energy shard. But I'm... Yeah, it does. But, well, a little bit. Whoop, no. I got thrown off a little bit there by the extra projectile zoning me out. No. Slid too low. Nope. Completely whiffed that. Nope. Timing got thrown off from one miss. It's okay. If we can get back to that spot to try a few things with height, we'll do it. I feel like this is a crash. Yeah, it's a crash. Felt like there was a bit of a stall there. That's okay. Let's get back in. So a lot of crashing today. But usually just when it's on depth. So we're not losing any progress on any of these. Luckily. And if they roll out the patch on switch 2 soon, then hopefully the stability gets worked out a little bit. Okay, no, got thrown off my pattern here a little bit. That's the thing, is that if you're off your pattern, then everything just falls apart. Because I usually have a very reliable method to go through this area damage list, but we'll need to reload this time at the position before we proceed. We're making steady progress on the platforming challenge. But we do still have some elements to puzzle out. A lot that we can play a lot more cleanly. Nope, like this. Nope, already kind of blowing it. Missed a dodge. You have to catch a dodge on a bomb or this whole method does not work. Nope. Bad angle that time. 2 points of damage at a time if you miss it like that, so... way too high. Missed it. Yeah, this one completely fell apart. Okay. Let's see if we can recover this somehow. Actually managed to save this a little bit this time, even if we don't have any buffer left. Nope, missed it. You have to change up the timing a little bit if you switch from the Pogo to the side swipe. And I didn't compensate it properly on that attempt, but we didn't have any safety buffer to work with, and so that was part of the issue. To sneak under that ceiling. Whoop. Let's just reload right away. It's a very bad start. Okay, got this down cleanly this time, at least. So we don't run into too many issues before we get into the actual sequence in question. Let's clean this up. This is definitely one of the trickiest parts. Nope, too low. Yeah, sometimes I feel like the next projectile is rushing me a little bit to grapple over as soon as I can, and it's been throwing off my angle. No, just completely failed the disaster recovery that time. Nope. Everything takes a while to reload sometimes. No, completely missed the timing. Got a little impatient that time. Missed it. Accidentally swiped up instead of sideways on that. Yeah, sometimes the method for disaster recovery there on the column going up is just to stomp on your own crystal and try to realign, but the timing can be a little bit tricky if you're already off the intended rhythm. Just given the scope of this challenge, I really do wonder what's at the end. Because this is much more involved than I would have had any reason to guess. Absolutely the biggest platforming element in this game so far. Oh, just fell off the timing to begin with there, and then we improvised badly to try to escape. Okay, only 1 damage up to this point so far. That's not too bad. Oh, and then now we're in big trouble. Just trying to get out without an additional point of damage, and that just didn't work. Just excited, you're saying you can always rely on the guess of frayed rosary string. Not sure I quite follow the connection there. I'm just thinking about how we were banking currency in Silksong, and I don't exactly see where you're going with it. Here we go. Oh, in terms of what the item is at the end. You're saying that I should guess it as a frayed rosary string at the end. That we just have more crystallized nacre like we did in the bottom left already. Okay, so this part. Oh, nope. Went off my plan. I was trying to grapple up and then continue to bounce on the upper one. Like this. Because maybe we are able to get a... Oh, nope. Nope, nope. Recover. Recover. Nope, just failed to recover. Tried to salvage that for a while, but we just couldn't get back into the rhythm properly. That almost looked like a recovery. But the thing is, we still don't have a plan for how to get enough height in the top left, because even with a glide... See, because these are not susceptible to grappling over. And moreover, it's so difficult to aim this thing sometimes. It doesn't really clip into any kind of nearest angles the way that sometimes grapples do. Makes you really admire the engineering that goes into something like the way that the grapples worked in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. In The Lost Crown, with both the grapple and the ranged attack, there was a lot of snappy built-in aim correction when you're not manually tilting the stick or manually adjusting the vertical input. That just worked really smoothly, and it's not trivial to set that up by any means in terms of having it feel responsive to the player and yet reliably correct. So I do find myself missing some of the grapple and aim tech in that game a little bit here, because we have absolutely had aiming issues with the hairpin throat. And of course, in Silksong, this harpoon just only went sideways, and so there wasn't much fussing in the back end that needed to be done about that. You forgot, did grapple and bow in Lost Crown use the right stick to aim? No, I don't think so. But you could influence the direction with your normal movement stick. But if you didn't influence it, then it would lock on by itself. It was a very good auto lock on that you learn to rely on if you're doing some of the harder challenges. In fact, one of the things you have to remember in Lost Crown is just not to aim too much, because sometimes it's better to just let the auto aim do its thing. Oh, just kept on missing here. I chained this pretty cleanly before. I don't know why we're having so much trouble now. Well, I was whiffing the top dodge, that's why. You're saying when I did the bow ricochet shot thing, did I stand still and use the left stick to aim? Yeah, for the manual aim... I'm trying to remember. It's a little difficult for me to think back to it without actually having the game open and the controller in my hands, but... Because I'm trying to work it out in my head while also playing this thing, and maybe that's not working out. That's why it's called muscle memory. You don't rely on your head for it. And in fact, you're liable to make mistakes if you do. Yeah, with Dread, of course, you stand still and just hit the lock on you. Free aim. I have to remember how it worked in Prince of Persia, but I can't do it right this moment. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, too many wires would need to be crossed here. Oh, and then this is going to get me into trouble. Because I don't have the energy for the next grapple if I'm also gliding, because the gliding just kills it. There we go. Just need to go from side to top. And then there's a subtle change in timing that you need to hit in order to make that work. Now this one you just follow down. You stand out of the way so you don't get shot. I can only take 1 point of damage at this point, so I'm likely to fail, but I want to take at least a good look at the height that we need. And whether we can do something like a glide to get over it. I have no energy for a glide at that point. because I'm spending my energy on the grapple, so I can't glide past it. What I can do is set up a grapple, but then bounce low again to change my angle. And then maybe I can grapple into a double jump coming out of it. Yeah, Zamfis, to think about it again, with the Lost Crown, you don't hold still and hit a lock-on button like you do in Metroid Dread. I believe the way it worked was that simply if you are pressing X, the default was for the ranged attack, you can have a bit of directional influence on it by just tilting up or down on a stick. But if you don't tilt, then it locks on. It's actually very natural. But there's no... Well, again, I have trouble sort of trying to reverse engineer a different game while I'm playing this one, but it's not quite the same as the Dread system. Oh. Okay. Try again. Yeah, if you're really close to the grapple point, to start like that. So the thing is, we cannot glide over to that high point that we see later because using the grapple spends the glide. Or rather, spends the energy that you would need to initiate a glide, and so you can't do that. So I'm trying to think about what we can do. I think maybe if you get something like a jump, and you glide over and then you go under the bomb and you tap it, then maybe you're able to set up a grapple point on it over there and then continue, but I'm not really sure. We only have 4 hits remaining here to work with to test it out. Missed the first one. That was a bad start. In general, you just can't afford to miss. Okay, let's think about it here. No, the double jump doesn't get you much height. You wouldn't be able to glide over that. You can't just go straight left here because it is completely blocked off. I think if you hit a grapple that is far enough to the left, really, really close to the left, you might be able to fall in just right. I'm not sure. We need to find a fairly particular angle to get in towards the bomb with no glide. Now, when you dodge, you can set up a grapple point that's slightly above the target. That might be what we need to do. Set up slightly above. poor recovery that time. I really don't see the solution to this bit yet. Okay, disaster recovery. We can do it. I think you need to tap on the crystal and double jump. No, doesn't give you nearly enough height. You just need to go like that, and then, oh, I did not see the continuation there, but that's okay. That's the furthest we've gotten. Now we know what to do. It is all just about positioning the grapple as close as you can. So it has to be slightly above, and you do in fact get enough distance. I didn't know what the continuation was past that. It was a little bit blind, to be honest. With no glide at a point. Well, I mean, I guess we have the energy to glide. No, we don't, because we're grappling over. So it is a little bit blind on the left side there, but at least we know that we need to cross another series of projectiles past that point, and we should be able to do it. Again, if I have more of a health buffer going into that location, then our chances of success go markedly up. But we're definitely having some consistency issues along the way. Almost fell short there, but luckily we managed to air stall over. I'm saying I'm getting through the first parts really fast now. Well, I have a method for it, but when it's sloppy, it falls apart quickly, and sometimes you take 2 points of damage at once while you're struggling to recover, so can't be complacent. Nope. This is a recovery point. It's a nice way to design a recovery point, actually, that you can completely recover off the bottom if you know it's there, and if you float towards it, but you need good control to earn your recovery. Let's position ourselves just a little bit closer here. No, not far enough. That's okay, that's only 1 point of damage so far. We have a decent buffer on attempts here while we're trying to sort this out. have to do a lot of recovery this time. That's okay, actually. Surprisingly okay. We're close. We need to jump into the grapple point here and cross. Why would we cross? Because we need to go up. We need to go all the way up. Yeah. Oh. Got hit in the bottom here. We can actually just go up across like this. This is our safety point. I see. You need to cross diagonally back and forth. That's how you do it. A little bit difficult when we can't see our objective. Or much of what's coming down towards us. But I'm pretty sure we need to go up. I see no other recourse. It is hard to see. No energy. But if we reload energy by tapping something, then we're able to get on the wall climb on the left. I do think there are some visibility issues here. But you just need to watch the timing, I guess. Yeah, and then you have to go up and then tap to continue gaining height. And if we need to fall, we'll fall left to recover. I did get fairly high that one time. I don't quite know how to recreate that. But it does require to glide in some fashion, I think. Or maybe instead of using the crystal... No, you can't just glide. You have to gain height somehow. Gain height and then dodge the next one. Then you have to be very careful not to take damage if you're going straight up. Or maybe even bounce on a crystal. No, you see, that's the issue, is that you're trying to bounce up. And then things fall apart. Okay, well, at least this is new territory, but we don't have any more room to take damage, so... We just need to not take damage. You don't need to gain a lot of height. If you go on a bit of a diagonal, you can gain a little bit on every pass. And the main thing is just watch out for when you reload energy so you can do the wall climb on the left. Because you want a full tank going up the wall. Nope. Off the column. You need to take a lot of risk here to do it. As you're going against the projectile. And you go straight up, you need perfect timing, essentially. Otherwise, you just run straight into it. But yeah, you basically have to assume some risk in order to chain it. But we can kind of go slightly left and tap. Maybe that's the way to do it. No, got hit. Slightly off. That's okay, we can get back to the Rely Blade, and it looks like we must be pretty close to the end. It was just a wall climb up top. I mean, depending on how much is past that point, but to me, the switch into a wall climb does imply a certain degree of safety. If we have the energy to finish it. Well, we'll see if we can get it done. Just minimize mistakes on the early stuff. Let's not jump too far in when we're reloading energy. Oh, no, no, no. Bad position that time. Too far up. Okay, follow this one down. This is the tricky bit. One of the tricky bits. We had a long recovery sequence here last time, but we can't always rely on that. Because that might happen, for instance. Nope, and then, yeah, that fell apart, and then 2 points of damage, look at that. I was trying to reposition up top and we just couldn't get it. Okay, that almost worked, except I didn't manage to get the lower hit. No, and then now we're in trouble. Reposition this. The double jump. No, just missed a swipe. Yeah, the thing is you don't get much visibility there going out of that explosive. And so you also don't have energy at that point if you're grappling. Maybe we shouldn't be grappling. Maybe out of the explosive, when we tap, we should be gliding. We don't necessarily need to grapple to cover the rest of that distance to the left, I think. And if you don't have something like the glide available, you can't really adjust your position for whatever's coming across in the lower segment. We've been on this one challenge for most of the stream, and that's okay. We've definitely progressed. Nope, nope. Let's try to avoid the early mistakes. Going to do a little bit of disaster recovery here. But we made it. Just need to be very patient with some of this. Now this is one of the more troublesome parts, but we haven't done too badly here. It took 1 point of damage right at the start, but since then it's been clean. Let's position it nice and close. Yeah, glide rather than grapple there. That's the solution. Very easy to nearly get hit here on a blind fall, but... Okay, now we've got 5 hits remaining in this segment that we've been trying to learn, which is great, as long as we don't take too much damage. On the way up. Sometimes you will need to tap projectiles, like if you're off center. I think the way to do it is that you're supposed to just take some risk and go straight up, but you need to catch a pretty exact rhythm to do so. Otherwise, you have to weave back and forth diagonally and occasionally tap to recharge energy. But if you go straight up and if you know the timing for it, then that will be a lot cleaner to do. It's just riskier and harder to aim. No, you see? You have to assume some risk anyway in order to get the crystal. No, there's more. There's more. You have to get off the wall climb and then go to the right. And I wasn't getting nearly enough height there to get through the wall climb. Now, you can't grapple up into the wall climb. You'll lose too much energy. You need to tap something, double jump, wall climb as late as possible so you can do the fall on the other side. I can't believe how much there is in this. At least in this area, allows you to land safely on the left if you have the presence of mind to do it. Of course, the further up you get, the easier it is to swing left when you have a mistake. How do you even do that? You'd need to swipe to get across, but then you need to do so much air stalling, and I just need a tiny bit more height on the wall climb. A tiny bit more height will get me across. And then we need to finish that whole passage, and who knows how much there is after that. I cannot believe how long this challenge is, but that's okay. Plenty of rest stops, it's just that we don't have anywhere to replenish damage. Replenish health, rather. No, too high. But I want to hit something as high as possible there. We might even want to get into the wall climb, then jump back to the right to recharge energy, then go back. No, missed a dodge. And now we're in trouble. No energy yet for the wall climb. You can't wall climb out of grapple. You have to tap something first. So I think we tap something, we get on the wall. We don't climb yet. We try to get on the wall, then get back off the wall to bank up energy, then go back up the wall. If that makes sense. Nope. A little bit off that time. Well, that's not the way over, obviously, because that's a pit, that's a dead end. So I think with those projectiles coming up, that you're still supposed to sustain more height. Look at how high it goes, but you can see now there's a door. It's the top left. And it goes to the top of that lift, and it's going to open a new floor for the lift that we previously would not have been able to reach. Either that, actually no, when I came out of the boss room we were able to go up to a top floor, but presumably maybe that opens a door that then connects that. And you know, if it connects to that save point, maybe that's what finally allows you to create the passage that unlocks access to the overseer that was down. Well, we managed to get through a long attempt that time. And that was with having taken a needless point of damage right at the start. So we can do even better than that. Especially now that we have some idea of what's ahead. Well, let's see if we can do the early parts cleanly again. Nope. Same mistake as before. I think in the interests of maximizing our chances later on, we do take the health refresh to try to go in full. I don't know if we'll do this every time I make a mistake, but we really can't afford to lose a point that early. Much too early to be putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Oh, we've refined a lot of methods at this point to get through everything that has already been seen. Despite occasionally running into difficulties in segments like this one. Okay, no problem so far. Let's not speak too soon. Reposition a little bit. Nope. I do need to dodge it, but I don't want to take the grapple. I need to dodge it for the energy and a double jump. Brief confusion there, because I know I need to save the glide rather than take the grapple after that dodge. So, which is a change from everything we do up to that point. No. That did not work out. No. Just got hit by that directly. Had no chance to glide and reposition there. Yeah, the visibility of that drop was not the best, perhaps, but we know it's there, but we can't really see the projectile. So the reaction timing has to be very brisk. Nope, missed it. Have to hit the dodge dead on. But unfortunately, we're very disadvantaged now relative to how well I was doing the last time I made it across. Despite a perfect early segment. No. Disaster. Yeah, perfect up to that point and completely fell apart in that one obstacle. We just couldn't get the movement in the top corner down that time. No. Alright, let's go back. Let's reload it. But the destination is absolutely in sight. So let's get it nice and close. And try to do it as cleanly as we can. That's not clean. And we will have to get that point of health back. I'm going to have to be patient about this just to, again, maximize chances of getting through the new part later that we just haven't reached very often. I mean, last time we were perfect up to a point, then if we can just get some consistency going on that really difficult reach up to top corner, followed by the explosive dodge, followed by the glide. Then we'll be in much better shape. It's a lot to string together. No, just disaster. Okay. I don't think we'll go back from this point necessarily, but we need to really clean this up. We can't be taking down much damage this early. No, we have to go back and refresh it. There's no way I'm going in 2 points down from this spot when we still have a reasonable chance of recovering. I should be able to do that segment perfectly by now, and there's no point going into the later segments at such a disadvantage. So we will have to do things the long way. We're getting so close at this point, though. At this point, I can't even remember where we got the modifier to drop your own crystals. Oh. It was pretty close by here, I think, but I can't remember what we did for it. Okay, 1 point of damage so far. That's unfortunate, but we'll try to clean up the rest. before we regress too much. That was a bit of a save there. How many times are we going to save this? Many. No. I can only miss so many times before things just fall apart. And only rescue it so many times before the consistency and the rhythm just fall through. We came in too low that time to begin with, that was the issue. Okay, reposition here. Hopefully we succeed. Missing this top dodge was a big problem in some previous attempts. Okay, there we go. Except we lost it. I needed to get a dodge there and grapple, but I just couldn't position it. Too low, too low. No margin of error at this point. Unlike the time we got here with 5 hits remaining. Nope. Almost hit that. Nope. Yeah, I couldn't see that. That was off camera. I mean, that's why we always try to land left. I just cannot see what the timing is on the lower platform if we drop in blindly. But we really need a much bigger margin of error going into that. Too many issues that time. No, come on. Everybody's just obstructing me. You see, we're off the pattern now. And it's okay. We'll refresh at the top basin that we know about. I do have a method for getting through their damage list that we usually manage to hit, but that time it just completely fell off the rails. I kind of wonder, since it did seem kind of strange that this entire challenge seemed to be dependent on that modifier to generate your own crystals. Maybe there's some late game movement ability that we don't have yet, like the one with the remaining slot that we haven't seen yet, that actually simplifies this in a way that is accessible to all setups. I don't know. There's a non-zero possibility that it turns out that we unlock something later in the game that suddenly makes this look much easier than how I'm making it. At the same time, it does look like it's a challenge room specifically for this interaction. And it tests it again and again. So... no, not gonna trust that. I don't think I can make it. Hey, welcome. We've been on this platforming challenge for some time. It's been very satisfying to work out, but there's a lot to it. I seem to have come near the end, but there's still some issues to work through. This is, of course, as you're probably aware already, the new game from the developers of Shady Part of Me, which I mention here because you're the only other person I can remember knowing who has played it. Whoa. It's much trickier than the previous game, that's for sure. You were just thinking the style reminds you of that. Yeah, the kind of very clear pencil-like outlines on the cell shading, right? And yeah, this is the studio's sophomore game after a few years of development. And the jump in complexity definitely shows. Okay, we need to recover. Let's get back on the platform. That was a save. That was not a save. This is a bit of a mess at this point. No, just completely with this. We had so many perfect segments on this obstacle. And now this has turned out to be a little disastrous. Let's get back on the platform and reset. Let's let the crystal go away so I don't hit that when I'm trying to hit something else. Okay. Nope. Almost jumped in a little too aggressively here. Now this jump on the top left we've had lots of trouble with. Reposition a little bit to the left. We'll try not to whiff to dodge this time. then nope. I was trying to stabilize there and tap until we could get a grapple going, but sometimes you might just need to go into the grapple right away, I think, if you're sinking a little too low there. We need to use the glide there. That's the whole purpose of skipping the grapple in that location, but it's been very tricky to set up. No. Xamphiz, the closest we've gotten is we did get... I don't know when you stepped away, but we did get this far, that we revealed on the map anyway where the exit was, and I did get over the wall climb. I got over the wall climb and then we lost in the projectiles after that, but since then we've been a little bit sloppy about getting back to it. I've been having trouble reliably getting over that really high top left corner that we were struggling with. Yeah, it's got to be the very end. Look at this. It seems to match the top level of the lift coming out of the boss that we saw at the beginning of the day, which we didn't go to. It was available to me at that point. I was able to go up to whichever floor that was, 1 or 2. And yeah, because I can't remember if it was -1, 0, and 1, or if it was 0, 1, and 2, in terms of how the floors were designated. But anyway, we didn't go to the top floor. I think we were able to if we wanted. Unless I'm confusing it with a different shaft. Actually, that might be the one that we were unable to go up any further. Maybe. But anyway, we'll be able to connect that passage at some point. Maybe we unlock that. Possibly we even unlock access to the Overseer that was apparently locked in and unable to reach its origin point. But yeah, previously the issue was that after the wall climb I couldn't see where to go next, and we wound up in a pit where I just failed the recovery to get out of it. And so it looks like there's a little bit of climbing to do at that point. But at least we know now that the target is ultimately going to be top left. We've seen enough on the map to know it. And so we're still pushing on this because it feels close. It feels awfully close, but we need that consistency back in the early to middle segments. This area here, for instance, we started having trouble with all of a sudden again. Yeah, you see, one miss can just blow the whole thing apart. No, one miss. Yeah, no, we need to refresh health. There's no way we're going in 2 points down. You just have to be very cleanly on target with every hit you're trying to get along the way. I'm glad a challenge like this exists in the game, actually. This is a huge difficulty spike in any of the platforming we've seen in the game. And I have been wondering whether I'm doing it ahead of some remaining piece of movement tech that might mitigate some of these issues, but it's clearly doable with my current setup. There's absolutely nothing that seems to be preventing me from taking it the way that I've been taking it as a challenge for the self-generating shards. The self-made crystals. You're saying this is almost like the Soul and Vin of the platforming segments? I'm gathering that none of you who have played this game in the chat have actually done this part yet. Or if you have, nobody has spoken up about it. But of course, if that's not correct, then you can correct me. You have done this one, okay. Well, that'll make it all the more amusing to watch. But at least now you have a good sense of how far I am. And it'll be easy to communicate that. No. See, the problem is the disaster recovery is sometimes really kind of tricky. You just can't make mistakes, or shouldn't. Like here, for instance, just came in too low because of a bad grapple angle, and one bad angle just takes you down for another point. Oh, you see? Just one miss blows up the whole thing almost. Yeah, not great to take this area with 3 hits down already, but see if we can make up for some of the lost health. Let's reposition. Nope. It's a little low. We did eventually get a swipe, but it was too late. Just a bit. No, I do need to glide over. You don't really remember the ending, so you're curious to see the part that I got to. Well, if we get to it, I mean, right now we're not even making it past this area very reliably, so... I haven't been back to the wall climb in quite a few attempts. Okay. That's a lot better than usual. Let's get into a better position to catch a dodge. Nope. Oh, that was a tough dodge there at the end. Just barely evaded getting hit. So we've been up this column and the wall climb subsequent to it. Okay. At least here we have a safe landing most of the time. Not quite. Climb. And then tap. No. Look at that, just slightly off the wall. So what I was doing there was I'm trying to get on the wall, but then I try to jump back out for one more hit to try to fill up my energy pool and give myself just a little bit more initial energy for the wall climb so I can get over comfortably. It did work previously. That time we just completely missed on the left side. And again, I really should have a much bigger health buffer at that point. Best we've done there is getting over there with only one hit up to that point. And we need to be that clean so I can properly learn it. But yeah, it's kind of nice actually to have something this advanced just come out of nowhere in this game. I was not expecting to face this much of a commitment just by poking that room that we had come across. Using the self-made crystals. But that's the thing that has lent this game such a great feeling of discovery, is that, again, you don't have that clear division between long main path and short stubby side paths. Sometimes you just get into something big, and it might be somewhere that just seems optional at first glance. No. Disaster. Yeah, I did have to use a modifier for axes, of course. Yeah. Which makes this unusual, but also interesting. And that is actually testing your mastery of something that unique. Did I ever do the Path of Pain and Hollow Knight? Yes, I did. Usually I find with games in a genre that, you know, you've got this mix of platforming and combat challenges, and I always find that platforming challenges tend to be tuned a little easier than combat, at least for me. It just may be because I'm better at platforming than I am at combat. Definitely found that to be the case with Prince of Persia, for instance, where I did all the bonus trials. Definitely found it to be the case in Silksong, with everything like the escape sequences from time to time. With Silksong, you know, often the platforming is a nice easy break from the combat. Really fluffed this adjustment here, but we're getting there. But then this is the rough bit. Just getting nice and close. Good, good. Again, I always feel like the drop towards the lower platform here is a little bit blind. And yeah, Samphis, I'm sure with the additional expansion content coming to Silksong that we're not going to be short on higher difficulty challenges for people who are veterans of the game. I'm not concerned about having that available. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Okay. Go. Slap. Slap. Nope. Thrown off here. Nope. Thrown off here again. This is the furthest we've been. It doesn't force that you're not just doing diagonals. So yeah, that's the furthest we've gotten. That's getting close, and we need to veer left somewhere at the end of that. We just need to find a consistent timing cycle to go straight up. The way we kind of did over here. No, this thing is, it's sometimes too close to actually catch the grapple. You need to fall out of it slightly. It actually works better if you jump it. Instead of grappling up, if you just jump the crystal instead. That's probably the pattern for the other side too. Oh yeah, it's much better. No. Got thrown off a little bit there in terms of the timing, but if we can catch that column, then that's the way we should do it. We should bounce on the crystals. We shouldn't grapple through them. Now that I know that that's actually a much cleaner pattern, we should be able to do it. But I need to get back there cleanly first, and that's really been the main obstacle, just having enough health to try things and make mistakes. But it feels within reach. This has been extremely satisfying to figure out so far, I will say. Ooh, close one there. Almost didn't make it over. Let's not mess this one up too badly. Oh, almost missed completely there. Okay. Missed the dodge. Too early on the dodge, actually. Nope. Yeah, sometimes when I'm trying to jump out to swipe it to reload energy, I'm actually jumping too far and getting hit. That's the issue there. 2 points down already this early is kind of terrible. No, we need to actually sustain some of these jumps. Surprisingly recovered a lot so far. But we really can't depend on the consistency of my recoveries. Got out safely though. Nope. And now this is a mess because we have to avoid taking that additional point of damage. But it's very difficult to do so if you're that low. Oh no, too low, too low. Okay, now this is a disaster. Might not get to the later segment this time. Yeah, no, too careless there. Much too careless. This game has such unique movement mechanics in combination with the energy bar management that I am really glad that the challengers are pushing your knowledge of them and really demanding a total understanding of a lot of these different elements work together. Shouldn't let interesting mechanics go to waste. Okay, let's not make too much of a mess out of this part this time. Oh, almost. No, and fell all the way down. So many opportunities to recover and we missed all of them. It's almost perfect too. Yeah, no, the grapple just went the wrong way. That's the issue there. Okay, only 1 point of damage here so far is alright, but this is the part that actually concerns me the most. Because I'm never quite fully confident in making it over the hump up top. And making it down here. And dodging this bit. Okay, this matches our best attempt so far. Now we have 5 hits remaining going into this segment. Now, we don't grapple, we bounce. I have to remember that. No. Too much of a mess. If we take one hit here, we should just reset that, because otherwise it just can't recover. And we just take 2 points of damage instead. Basically, we need to catch a hit that allows me to synchronize on that projectile column. Touch that. We can... No. And now we're in big trouble. Yeah, I just could not straighten that out. And we took all that damage at once. I'm trying to straighten out so we can match the pattern that we had on the first column coming up. But the timing was just completely off and I couldn't get back on. Because we fell too low. Basically, you need to start swiping and reloading energy much higher than that, and possibly even get to a glide. So we don't fall so low as to get into trouble with the explosive down below, because that's a last resort. Rescuing that position. And we should never be falling that far down on that column to begin with. We essentially need to start the climbing pattern much higher and just get that consistent pocket of rhythm going. Almost felt like I was coming in a bit low there, but we made it. No hits so far, but let's not celebrate until we're past the next area. And then some. Reposition a bit. Lead it slightly to the left. Almost didn't make it. Well, and of course we got shot by this twice and knocked back into the sludge behind it. Yeah, this really feels blind every time I come down towards it. I mean, I don't know that we don't have the energy for a glide into it either, because we're always grappling up towards it, so. That one, I think we just need to have a dodge ready. Like, we just need to dodge on landing, no matter what's happening. Because it was perfect up to that point, and then it was not. Okay, this bit here, let's watch it. And then now it's a disaster because we took 2 hits there. Yeah, I just have not been able to get into that column. We need to dodge into that column, refresh energy, and then start tapping. But the thing is, we're not going up at that point, we're going down, and so have to see how that's going to work. It will need at least one grapple there for adjustment, I think. Maybe. We're usually kind of hitting from the side here. Okay. Good. Caught in a pattern. What surprise awaits me up top? No surprise. In the lab, let's not drop this in my head. And let's see if there's anything else to pick up here. Beginning with the Oath to Ember, plus 25. Double damage received. Well, does that mean Soul and Vin take me down in one hit instead of two? I don't actually know, because I don't know if that's based on damage numbers or if it always just takes off the top layer first and then takes off the second layer after. But anyway, thank you for the congratulations. That was interesting. Plus 25 is quite nice, though. Kind of explains incidentally how you have so many slots available on the interface, even though we're nowhere close to locking that many. That where's the modifiers here? Yeah, because, you know, we've got 85 out of 85, but clearly on the grid there's room for about double that. And a lot of it is because you expect tons of these self-imposed debuffs to add up nicely. Okay, let's save at that point. I won't have time to do much else today. But we're over 10k. I would like to maybe see if we can buy whatever is 10k. And we'll also see if I've unlocked the path for the Overseer here yet, because we've made a connection. I don't know if it's one that will affect us at all. Roots are still too far away. Okay. So, more needs to be unlocked. So yeah, all we've done today, 2 bosses, 1 platforming challenge, but that was a very satisfying challenge. And we are going to modify some things just to get back to something familiar. I do love the splintering dodge, though. That is going to be difficult to get used to lacking, because even in the second fight that we did today with what's her name, the Collector, that I was definitely expecting half the time that we would have splintering dodge, and I just would have to get used to the fact that it wasn't available, and so we might have to put it back at some point when we have the energy to do it. I don't think I want to take double damage right away, though. We'll see if we have the room to do this later. But yeah, if you can actually sustain, say, 2 hits against Soul and Vin instead of 1 hit, even if you turn this on, then obviously we take it. And then you have lots of budget available from that point. What were we doing here otherwise? Let's see. We've got 30 points that we can still use. We could just keep it, actually. Let's just keep it for the time being. Okay, so Overseer's Pathways. First of all, I want to see what's at Mel's shop so I know what we can afford there, but we won't buy. Oh, interesting. We're lacking a connection point. So we can connect between these two, but we can't connect between anything else, because you have to take the shuttle up in order to do that. Now, we see a lot of locked doors to the left that maybe we'll unlock at some point in order to resolve that. That, I guess, is also a consequence of the Overseer to the left not being able to land anywhere yet. That, yeah, these warp points join together, but you can't warp anywhere else at the moment. Notice that in the escape passage, right of the vault, there's another seeming crystal wall. Let's take a look at how we'll do this, actually. Because we can shuttle up. Shuttling up here does take you back to the center. We haven't even done the Pearl Severed interaction here yet for the hand, which we can do if we're going back up the shop. So yeah, this is the bit I'm talking about. There's clearly something unlockable here at some point. Lots of other doors we haven't seen yet, lots of other passages along the entire escape route that are still left for us to discover. And I believe it was somewhere here close to the breadth, somewhere along that top passage that we saw the NPC who charges 10k, I think. I don't completely remember. If I can't find it quickly, we won't do it today, but we'll try to find it quickly. So what we'll do is we'll try to go up the shaft here, and then we'll not be on for too long after that, I don't think. Also, yeah, we never actually figured out this bit here. I've been here before in this room, but we need to do something about the fingertip at some point. The bottom half of the map feels massive. Yeah, it does. And there's clearly a lot that we can still fill in. So I won't be pushing too much more content today, but we will sever the pearl and shop and see what else happens. I may be back with this tomorrow. I don't believe the Scrabble group that we usually have on that day is on this week, so we'll see if we have time to come back for more. But there's clearly so much more to do. So we have 4 pearls down, 1 to go. I mean, there is the spine itself, of course, with the interaction that is available above the central room. But we'll not be activating that today regardless. We're attempting to. And of course, we still have to deal with Soul and Vin. I'm getting pretty close to the point where I think we will make a fresh set of attempts, depending on how much more I can buff myself up in my current state. So let's go up the shop, sever the pearl, and then we'll see what we can do from that point. Mel is a free unit at this point. No longer Dr. Hallen's property because, well, where's Dr. Hallen? You don't realize how much you care for things until they are taken from you. Or you from them, I guess. Enough with the cheesiness, back to work. Can't waste any minute. Need anything? Okay, so. Oh, absolutely not a gift. Gratitude. Interesting. Oh. Restores an extra layer of protection when MIO stays on the ground for a short time. Well, we're not spending all 4 cores right away, probably. This is the first health refresh, really, that we've been able to get. That's going to be so impactful. I think we have to grab it. And it might even work well with the double damage, depending on how we set things up. Yeah, and it doesn't even cost any nacre, which is important right now because we want to spend a 10k, so. So yeah, we'll probably plug that in to play with it. But let's sever the pearl first. I don't think she was ever ill-meaning. She was trying to help in her own short-sighted way, trying to save us, the vessel, the mission. It's a shame that she could never take the others and what they accomplished into account. We could have done even greater things, but I suppose she is here with you now. Her name was Helen. Let her be remembered. Well, considering how few things I actually got done today, that still felt like significant progress. The hand that it's 637 years ago. Does she have anything else to tell me? The time has come to gather the last voice, this spine's voice. That's just above, but we're not doing that yet. I already summoned the one who stole it. She is waiting for you in front of the shell. Although I'm afraid a confrontation is inevitable. Don't stray from your path, MIO. Whatever happens, remember that you need the spine's voice to save the heart, to save the vessel, to save us all. This is what Noden would have wanted. After all, this is what he has always fought for. We are not activating it, if I can avoid it. I'm being sent up here, but I'm not doing it. I'm allowed to not do it. Yeah, so it invites you to open a shell. We're not doing it. We have so much else to do first. We have so much else to do. We're going to explore as much as we can before we book this. It does mean that I'm going to go down and actually, instead of warping over, it may make more sense to retrace my path over to the breath in case I've forgotten where the NPC who takes 10k is located. Because we'll try to pay into that, and that'll be the last thing we do today, probably. And which floor? All the way to the top. I think it was up here. But I honestly don't completely remember. Also, let's mine that energy. And then we can go up here with this shortcut. Don't let him see your pass. So who was it who was charging me 10k? It was somewhere around here. Or maybe it was down below. Near Haven. I actually don't recall. I have to look around a bit, perhaps. Yes, this is breath here. I don't think it was to the right here, actually. It might have been down below by Haven. But it was somewhere around here. I just don't remember. We might have to sort this out next time. I might have to go over my existing video and see if I can pinpoint the location. It's not past the breath itself, I don't think. But I can't remember if it was in the passage above or below. Might have been below. I know we kind of passed it on the way here. I just can't remember where. I think it was by Haven, actually. So we should go back down. and scan a little bit. I won't take too long on this. If we can't find it today, we can't find it. Yeah, this is the bottom part of this lift. We should head back down. Oh, whoops. No, that's not safe. What am I doing? Have we actually been through this area? I don't know that we have. Oh, yeah, maybe. I actually can't even remember. Oh, should have slapped over to that side a bit. Nope, whoops. What is this new material? Can be beyond repair. And then there's something to drop into on the right side. I must be in here. This looks like we're reversing through a path that I've seen, but... Nope. Yeah, you need to navigate that carefully, it seems. Whoops. That's death. Oh, we're so far, too. I'm all the way back here. Okay, I don't know if I can find it today. Let's see. Because that's the bell tower save point. Yeah, we know that. I feel like it was near the Haven exit, but I just cannot remember. We'll try one more path. And if I still can't find it, then we'll bail on it for now. But I would like to show off whatever it is that costs 10k. Just one particular square-headed robot NPC, I think, that was offering that item. I just cannot remember where on the path it was. That's maybe why we should use the map pin system at some point, which I've been ignoring all this time. Speaking of which, though, that top path, did we reveal anything? We kind of did. There's a connection point there that we were starting to platform through. That has revealed some new junctions on the map that we previously hadn't traversed. So that's new material that we should not neglect either. I was definitely pushing into something I hadn't seen before. I almost want to try to redo that while it's fresh, except I just know that I'll be trapping myself here for quite some time to come if I do. So yeah, rather than do that, I'm gonna see if we can just, whoops, head back over to Haven and see if there was an NPC there that was who I'm thinking of. Sam Fizz, you gotta head out. Thanks for the stream and good luck finding the bot. Yeah, I don't know if I will find... Oh, something new is happening here. Oh, I lost another point of health. That's not good, considering that we still want to take on Soul and Vin at some point. I still have no clue how to restore that. Zero Six you said you haven't got a tremor at that place? Well, I still don't really have a clear idea of what triggers it. It might be gated behind a certain number of pearls that we've already severed. I'm not sure, but obviously that's going to make things even trickier. First a breath, now you. So who was the money grubbing one over here? I thought it was one around Haven, but I could very well be wrong. Yeah, I think I'll have to go back over the video. I don't necessarily think I'll find it. I thought it was on the way to the breath, but let's just continue going right here and see if anything looks familiar. This place is a real jungle now. It used to be so orderly. This is new. These ones on a swing. And Bird of Prey. Damage inflicted on enemies temporarily increases while using the sail. Interesting. The sail, is that the glide? I actually don't remember all the terms for things. Yeah. That actually would have a good synergy with the one for fighting at less than full energy as well, in fact. Can we talk to them at all? No. We'll just sit there. Let's try to go to the upper level above this, if I can. If we can figure out where the connection point is, it's going to be more space to the left. Oh, almost got hit by that. Wasn't really watching it. What does this one tell me? Nothing, really. More naked on this side. I truly don't remember. Who lets us cash into 10K? Wasn't here. Yeah, this just drops back down, so I don't think this is it. but we can check. No. Oh, was this one? Wasn't that one, apparently. Two upside down to be the one we're looking for. I'll try to search one more row and then we'll probably call it from there. This is why we shouldn't go by memory for this kind of thing. I really thought it was somewhere along the top passage. It might have been the top connection point. No, it can't be right. Because we were there ages ago. And so let's go back over and then under the bridge up above. So let's see to crystallize, not that we have much to cache. This is just a main area in here, so. I don't think it was this way, because this was just one of the previous enemy challenges we gotten through, and then, yeah, it's a new platforming area up above that we hadn't completely conquered yet. Right, because this is where I saw that there's a segment up above that we had not seen, and we now know how one actually does get there. Alright, probably what we'll do is we'll stop at the bell tower save point and then I'll see if I can figure out where I'd run into that bot selling the 10k item, and then we'll also have obviously more to see down here and up there. There's a lot of map to cover still, so despite access to the final pearl, the pearl of the spine, we have lots and lots to do. Let me just check this side one more time. Yeah, this was just the first one that we severed. All the way at the beginning. This area here, well, you know what, we might as well check it. We've done this before, I just don't remember what was here. This guy, I suppose. And lots of junk piles as well. Whoops. And this just goes straight across. Oh. Well, not if you play it like that, it doesn't. We were just here moments ago. And yeah, so new material down below. I just don't remember where it is. It's got to be close by. But I think the sensible thing to do would be to withhold it for next time. It's got to be close. Maybe I'll do one little loop here. Just to check. We'll check around the lifts. I just can't recall where it was. But it was somewhere in the vicinity on our way to the path with the breath, and so can't be far. And then we get to listen to this lovely soundtrack while we're messing around with that. Yeah, we won't go too deep into the platforming. I just want to scan around to see if it was anywhere obvious. Maybe one level down as well. Nope, that's what this area was here. I don't think there was an NPC on this side either, but yeah, we'll catch him next time. Let's go down to the bell tower save. There's so much to choose from when it comes to wherever it is we want to explore next. I mean, looking at the map, we have this whole escape passage to retrace. We got so many locked doors, one-way doors down there. We still have keys unaccounted for, probably one serial number fragment still unaccounted for somewhere in here. A couple of other passages that have clearly not yet been explored. And so, not really short on possibilities when it comes to this map. This immediate area over here that we just started platforming through, we can push that next time. Here in the top corner, a lot of the crystal walls that are kind of denoted by the thick white or light gray rectangles that are all over the place, as the doors associated with that. Lots more we want to see, so we'll figure out whether we can spend that 10k right away next time, but regardless, lots and lots of new material awaits, and Even though we only really accomplished 3 things today, 2 bosses and a big platforming challenge. That was, I think, a sizable and satisfying chunk of progress. And kind of too bad that we got more health lopped off, when that's certainly not going to make things easier for the next time we challenge Soul and Vin. But their time is coming. We will, of course, be putting off the spine encounter for as long as possible, because that feels like it's something that is going to barrel us towards some conclusion, if not necessarily a definitive conclusion. And above the area here, actually, we know there's something that's supposed to cut across the top level, and we never figured out that passage. It might connect to whatever was behind a crystal wall of the lift here. If that was a crystal wall and not some other kind of lock. And then the whole Soul and Vin passage is going to drop in down there in some fashion. So there's so much to see that we haven't really even come close to touching yet. And they'll have to wait for next time. So, thank you so much for joining me for a lengthy and ultimately accomplished session. And until we continue with MIO Memories in Orbit at the first opportunity, have a wonderful time with whatever it is you're playing, whether it's this or something else. And as always, thanks so much for watching. Until we meet at our next destination, have a lovely weekend, and fare thee well.